Well, I'm embarrassed. Whoops. I was live streaming and tried it twice, and then I realized that nobody was here.
3963 and X-ray 2 are now. Landline with the X-ray advising she has a court order that she's allowed to see the children. She'll be standing by a small red sedan in the front.
Okay, why is it a bit of a disaster? I've tried to get my after the construction work today happened. I don't know if I'm live again or not. What the heck's going on?
Traffic, traffic for their pop alpha, flying field, flying over to San Luis, 13
So after the workers left, there was siding replacement done, and there was tinkering out there with all of the activity of repairing the leak by the window. So that's mostly completed now, but I'm still experiencing weird internet burps and the occasional. There was a brownout yesterday and 2 today. I'm looking at getting a uninterruptible power supply to kind of deal with that. Because even before my window leak, I'm still in a construction zone, and they're just doing stuff. Am I on? Okay, finally. Sorry, guys. Massive tech problems. And I have been trying to be live for an hour. There were still tankers. There were still tankers working the scene, a couple of Chinooks and such. Right now, there's air attack and a couple observing planes that are kind of circling. A little bit later, and there was a K-Max. A little bit later, we're going to see nighttime mode and see more about where the fire's at. But the thing is, I need to go from around 7-ish until 8:15-ish or something. So what I was going to do was just set this up for light cam monitoring. I was just going to set this up. Hello, guys. I'm sorry I'm struggling here. I was going to set this up so you guys could interact with each other. Look at these high winds. So, yeah, hey guys, hi, welcome. This is a really troubled stream. It's probably going to be like yesterday where it randomly cuts me off. Long story short, the majority of the work is done. There'll be some touch-up things.
So you can see if it's getting better or worse.
The majority of the construction work is done, but not quite all of it. Oh my god. They're not going to let me talk. Hey Terry, hi. Hanging in there. Had water pouring into the living room through the window last week, but it's mostly fixed now. But it's a state of chaos with furniture not quite back exactly where it needs to be. And I have a 200-foot long Ethernet cord coming in through several different rooms. I got to staple it, well, not really staple, but attach it back to the wall.
I'll be en route to the address for the suspect vehicle.
So this is, there's still, I don't think there's workers out there still, but there's open boxes and such out there of breakers and internet, where they're putting it back on.
All right, thank you. I'll come back to land at the ramp. We'll fix it tomorrow.
Back on the siding. So I don't know that this is going to be stable, so just a warning, guys. We've got a big wind event thing going on in with Santa Ana's, apparently, with Santa Barbara, and I was just remarking in the other two attempts to stream that this is almost, these are like 40 to 45 mile an hour wind gusts right now. If they were going straight south, that would be good. It would push it towards the ocean, but they're not. They've got a little...
Some UTL. 13 UTL.
They've got a slight bent here where it's kind of pushing the fire slightly to the east. So I was looking at Windy, and this is something I clicked on that had the hurricane. I'm not sure how to get back to normal Windy mode.
Padres, this is Division Mike Trinity. Letting you know all of Division Mike's day resources are off the line and back to Earl Warren.
So here's our gust map. You can see most are out to sea, and there will be much easier time with the wind tonight, starting about 8 o'clock. You could still see some 25 mile an hour wind gusts occasionally, but it starts gradually going down to almost a dead calm instead of a mild wind with extreme gusts. It'll get really calm with the occasional gust and much weaker, going down below 20 miles an hour by 2 a.m. or so. But hey guys, welcome. I am having the worst time, technical problems today. I can't tell you what I've run into today in problems, but I think for the most part we're stable at the moment. So I missed you guys. Glad you're here with me.
Sam 1109803NR.
J.E. Cat says, are you saying there's open cable and utility boxes? Yeah. J.E. Cat says, I'm on my way with a big hammer and wire cutters. Oh my god, yeah. I was disturbed. I'm like, guys, you can't just leave it like that. You know copper theft is a thing. So, but we have a new camera to look at. I saw this on Twitter, and I realized, oh, the HP Ren cams. Remember last year my broadcast with the Bobcat fire?
There's another flare up at 11,600 Kyriel. SO's en route. It's a flare up near the residence.
Uh-oh. 11,000.
3962.
453
Look at all those oil wells. I did not catch the street there, but we know that it's getting real close to the Reagan Ranch and other special places. So this is our current heat detections. The ridgeline is super active right there. Oh, let me get the pen out. And just a warning, guys, I've got to go for about an hour at 7, so I wanted to set this up so you guys could at least see something and talk amongst yourselves for that hour, and I'll be back. But I'm hoping that's the connection is stable. But right up here on these ridges is where we've got big heat detections and activity, and that makes sense because the ridge top is where you get the most fierce winds. You can see that they're still just ripping over the top. What we're seeing classic case of winds are not as fast when they reach here. See how they're that light orange color? And here's the ridge line. As soon as they get over it, they plunge down. You're like, wee, in a roller coaster. Sorry, that's supposed to be a big arrow. And so you see how they get dark red down here? That's the wind's accelerating down like a roller coaster effect. So that's what makes the mountain fires so deadly, because the wind doing that behavior. So, but it's at the coast. the Coast Range looks like a bunch of hills, but it really is a mountain chain. So, hey, Terry, you have 3 days off. Well, that's good. Oh, Sage Pup, welcome. I'm in Santa Barbara, and the smoke was really bad earlier, but not so bad right now. Yeah. Let's look at when the wind changes. The direction from like 2 in the morning to 8 in the morning, wind should be blowing more towards the southwest, like northeast wind to the southwest, at least, right over here. That might funnel more of it, to the ocean. I just don't know if the ocean winds are going to blow it right back towards the coast. But I would imagine there'd be some clearing tonight. It doesn't look like there will be too much cloud cover, but I'm encouraged by the fact that there's not much at all in the way of sustained winds for the next foreseeable days. Just 10-ish. Just 10 to 18 mile an hour wind in the forecast. So that should improve things. Yeah, how'd you find the stream, Sage Pup? I'm always curious. I tried to...
With units back at 672 Independence for RP saying he can't control his wife for getting further.
Oh, wow. This is a really detailed camera. I love the HREN.
With 3234.
So here's the place of activity. Here's the ridge. We're looking to the west. This is the same tower area that the alert wildfire cam is on. I believe it's the Inez tower. So we have a strange binocular effect. There's like a left and a right. So here's the one on the left. You can see the sun is in the way. But the one on the right looks, over the ridgeline. So these typically stay color at night sometimes, which I'm really hoping for, because they have the color images, then they have a monochrome, couple of different...
He's advising his wife has Alzheimer's and is throwing items in the residence.
Oh, that's sad. But the point is that we might have a color image all night to look at. You just don't have as many time-lapse options. I'm wondering if this is going to change, if it auto-refreshes. I think they do. It's been a while, a whole year since the Bobcat fire when I used these particular cams, the W, what is this again? The RENs. I'm just going to call them the REN cameras. Hello, guys. Yeah, Emma, I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing better. The ridgetop has been getting 70 mile an hour gusts. Yikes. Yeah, they could sometimes be kind of take you by surprise. The aircraft, when I was trying to go live earlier, the aircraft were in a flurry of activity, just dumping mostly in this area right here, which is just northwest of Capitan, which corresponds with where the ridgeline is kind of, having quite a lot of activity. So, here's the campus cam. Then here's our Inez Peak West, the alert wildfire portion of it. So we can do a nice 12-hour here. Going back to the chat. Hey, Bolt. Yeah, good seeing everybody here. I missed you guys. I'm hoping things will be a lot more stable tomorrow when they button up all the boxes and do whatever, finish their wiring they need to do. Because right now, I'm getting a lot of interruptions. I'm just wondering if something is loose out there. I'm almost tempted to go out there and wiggle things, but I'm sure they would not appreciate that kind of thing. But I don't know why they left the box open. I just sort of pushed it shut with my finger. Like, it doesn't want to latch. I'm like, oh, this is janky. So. Oh, Morris says, I am eating. What about you? I am eating edamame. It's a nice stomach soothing thing. Oh, you got a new job, Derry? Hey, congrats. That's wonderful. It's good seeing you here. Been a long day for me and having a lot to do. Well, that's a good feeling, though, I hope. Yeah, if you guys know about other... If you know about other resources to monitor this fire, let me know. For the most part, you know, the aircraft just left the moment that I figured out the tech problems. The ground crews. Oh, hey, Husky, thanks so much. Thanks for the tip. Big hugs there. I've heard a little bit about, you know, such and such ground crew is off the line now. But nothing else. So I wonder if this auto refreshes.
Alarm 425 South X-ray, showing first floor, responsible pending. Cross of Loquat and First.
Desiree says, I love edamame too, it's soothing. Yeah. You have the stomach too? I know, the stomach is bad. The malady, I'm just going to call it. I got a little bit of sea salt on top of it. You know, it's from Bird's Eye, and all you got to do, it comes frozen, you just put it, the whole package, you don't open the package, just place it in the microwave, and 5 minutes later you have a steamed vegetable pack. I think that's the bee's knees. That's making vegetables a lot more accessible for me when I have to constantly sit at the computer during stream days. Now I'm trying to see if this is updating by itself. Or if I have to hit the button. Now I just did, probably at the moment it was trying to. So I'm just going to sit back and look at it for a second. Let's just look for about a minute and see if it changes on its own. Only edamame? Yeah, I'm just doing edamame straight. I had rice earlier. And I didn't realize I had edamame. And so I was like, whoa, found a spare one in the freezer. Okay, now. Any moment, this will refresh, I'm sure of it. I don't know how to put both images on the screen at once. I thought there was a way to do that. Brooke Schaefer, hey, says miso is also very good. Soothe stomach. Oh, you know, you're totally right. I should get that. Is there a ready-made like brand that you can recommend me? Hey, big dog. Hey, good to see you. I need my hugs. Please dispense hug. Yeah, my throat is not 100% recovered from the whole 84 days of talking in a row, basically. But it's better. I figure if I just baby it.
X-ray for an audible fire alarm showing first floor, responsible pending, cross of Loquat and First.
Uh-oh, fire alarm. I don't know if it's updating, honestly, by itself. I kind of feel like maybe we should keep this one on. I do have to go for an hour, almost kind of any second now. So I wanted to set this up so you guys could talk amongst yourselves about what's going on with the fire. Let people know if there's any new evacuation issues or something going on. And then once I've come back, then we can start for real after. Oh, thanks, Husky. Yeah, I'll get some good tea. I'll be back in about 1 hour and do the stream for real. Do you guys want me to leave it on? Because you guys usually do. Hey, Nick, good to see you too. Here, everybody's back. Cool. Miso that's unpasteurized is best. Did it need to be pasteurized? I thought it was like a tofu. Or tofu is an ingredient, right? Where you put the cubes in it. I know there's I know that there's little chunks of little chives and stuff that I don't have. I can't remember what the base of it is, honestly. But Sage Pup says I have those. I have to close up shop and get home. Thanks. Keep up the good work. Good night. See you tomorrow. Yeah. See you tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Please leave it on. Okay, great. I will change the message now. And back in 1 hour. Okay.
United States Coast Guard Sector Los Angeles, United States Coast Guard Sector Los Angeles, United States Coast Guard Sector Los Angeles. For regularly scheduled marine information broadcast, shift and listen channel 22 Alpha 157.1 megahertz. Out.
Okay. I think I can. Oh, let's tile display this. Yeah. Okay. So we're Central Coast. Inez, that one, and the Inez is a Y. Shouldn't it be at the? Oh, it's Santa Inez. Gotcha. All right, so we've got these 3 different views of it. Any other cameras I am forgetting because, like, going once, going twice sold, and then I gotta rush off. Slightly late already. Oh, that looks like a fire view, actually. Display. Escabroso? Is that clouds or is that fire? I have no idea. It's full screen it. Okay, guys. I'll see you guys in an hour. Sorry about this, and I hope that the volume stays on for you. It should. Oh, soybean paste mixed with different grains and brown rice. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I remember now. Okay, so I'll be back in an hour. Mods, thank you for holding down the fort. Underdog, hey, welcome back. Says fire at American Canyon recently. All the hills behind us went up. I was the only one near. Packing up just in case. Oh my gosh, Underdog, I didn't realize you were right next to this. So, are you okay now? Yeah, I actually have to go, guys. Like, really soon. Yeah, Nick has to go. Okay, yeah, see you later, Nick. I will, I'll be back in an hour, guys. I will be around. I just have to be talking on the phone for an hour. So if you have to get my attention in chat, if there's like a super big problem, I will come by, I'll walk past and look at it every once in a while, make sure it's still running. And then I'll see you guys in just after 8. Okay, bye-bye.
To Radisson at 1902.
Residential structure, nothing showing from the Alpha side. Page 51 investigating.
Investigating.
98.
Location H. Henry, apartment 15F as in Frank.
For your case number 12462, 12462 at 1702, 1 detained at 1831.
Charlie, Trinity on command 3. Trinity on command 3.
Either 1098, 083.
1098.
Division Division Yankee, Trinity, 9240 Charlie on command 3.
Charlie, Yankee command on command 3.
Division Yankee, 9240 Charlie, go ahead. Charlie on command.
Charlie, Yankee Trinity on command 3. Just want to check in to see if you guys were able to get meals for dinner. That's A firm. There's additional lunches up here at 638, if you have them. Same thing, just double lunch.
I copy, yeah. We're good, thank you.
That's it.
Thirty-four, 31, 1098, 005.
1098.
Tower, Stampede 19, we're executing the publishments. Stampede 19, we're switching.
Figueroa.
Reaching for 1021-005. C39.
Guys, the firm number on Dixie.
It's E. Edwards.
Copy. Okay, 51 available.
All right, Forrest Gump.
Stand by. Clear and current on a 2016 Buick 4-door. It's registered to a Linnea Nicole Stevens. Address at Los Alamos at 240 Gonzales.
Copy, thank you.
End of this urban party's left.
Indeed.
Everything here, 444 Papa is about 2 miles from Coates with Alpha.
I'm 1098, can't log in to type notes, but the disturbing party was gone prior to arrival. Didn't ever make entry or cause any problems, just argued with mom.
Runway lights up, please. The runway. We'll continue on, but we may need vectors for the ILS, unless you see us.
Stampede 19, established final approach course RNAV 30. We'd like to transition after a touch and go into the local pattern.
Charlie, on command.
yellow boxes need to be downloaded.
Cover. To West Ocean and Unit 22.
Copy. Sending.
En route to West Ocean, Unit 214.
Denver.
Foursquare Church, 125 North St. Charles, for subject difficulty breathing, inside study room with the RP, across Ocean Walnut. North St. Charles, difficulty breathing, inside the study room, across Ocean Walnut.
78.
You'd have a medic respond code 2, complaint of medicine issues.
10-4.
Respond for 415 to the front of the 99 cent store. Some type of 415 between RP and a male. He claims he doesn't know, but then now he knows.
Okay.
I don't know.
Copy.
There's another male that's yelling at the RP that he's going to take his stuff if he doesn't leave the store, but they're all customers. Andrew Myers.
Copy.
For a fall at St. Joseph's Church.
Traffic Winnie 800 Delta Delta 2,200 feet, we're 4 miles to the east of Santana. To the upwind, left traffic 26 Santana.
Clear land, runway 16.
Your RP is now in front of Tire Pros. A disturbing party is inside of the 99 cent store.
Copy. No calls from the store yet, just customers.
with no calls from the source.
Copy. That's C4, can I
1097. Medical aid.
Clear 1-2, Skylar for Pop.
Boy, go ahead, 1179 rollover. From here about 2 miles south of the 154. The 154 requesting 1185. to the 1141 or keep them coming? Facing the wrong way.
Verbal only. They've both been counseled to separate tonight.
Westbound from Cuner, white Toyota SUV unable to maintain lanes at slow speeds. Plate is 7 Frank Yellow King 115. It's cleared a 2014 Toyota Sports Van out of Simi Valley. Westbound from Cuner, white Toyota Sports Van unable to maintain lanes at slow speeds. Westbound from Cuner. Canopy by 65 at 1950.
10-4, you can verify.
Go ahead. 98, hallway door. Upper.
776 right now for half 5, or 7 to yourself. Contact structure today for yourself.
for CHP Apollo Constellation.
3431.
3431 331, it's an OA for CHP Apollo at Constellation. They advise westbound on Constellation. There's a black Chevy Malibu that appears to have lost its front axle. CHP 10-6.
Available.
I'm 29 years old. She's associated with a gold Toyota Camry, and the address is for the Texas location. $54.
Stand by for the plate. The plate's going to be 7 Adam Robert Yellow 442. 36 X-ray 2.
X-ray 2.
Information, it looks like CHP has 3 units on scene of that TC. You can have 3647 reduce or go 10-8.
3647 copy.
somewhere?
and DePaula Street.
RV had damage to his bike from the subject pushing into the ground. Was requesting prosecution for 594 RB 298, 1110, 594.
Current 1110.
Break 12.
Spring 12 within 1110. Reference 484 RPs available by 1021.
Never.
I'll be out with 2 after resident.
Out with 2.
Van Nuys, Manchester 6 at 542. Elevator traffic southbound at 30. Better than helicopters building and down ILS. So running 124 south.
3964.
Was in the original Caldor?
Affirm, stand by.
Code 4.
3534 units, code 4 on Crescent. Holland 63.
And Nora?
And Nora.
All stations, Los Angeles, Coast Guard Los Angeles, Coast Guard Los Angeles. For safety, marine information broadcast regarding small craft advisory. Shift message altitude Alpha 157.1 megahertz.
and 101 southbound.
101 southbound B.
If I could get one additional unit back here, thank you.
Units are back at 1759 Club Base Nathan. Team 110.
3565. Units are 1098, 084.
1098.
Regarding your 20,002.
Advising she's been unable to get a hold of the neighbor fencing and hears scraping. She's requesting a 084.
10-4.
3565.
3534.
With 3534.
Wait a second. I can hear things again. Hello. Hey guys. Sorry, I'm back. I have the weirdest appointment times. So I hope everything went okay. Oh yeah, looks like the radio's still on. The radio's still on?
X-ray out of North Carolina.
That sounds like...
Is this for Shannon? For Shannon Flint?
Sounds like random police activity. Has there been anything about the fire on the radio, or anything anything useful? Thanks, guys, for your patience. Sorry about that. I gotta rearrange the desk situation here. Okay. Oh my gosh, I got donations. Thank you, guys. You're so sweet. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this helps me man my station. I think this is day 87 or 89 of the fire stream this year, where I did that mostly in sequence, except I had the window meltdown around the 3rd. I think that was my last broadcast, and there's been, of course, all the saga of cleaning up the living room mess and tearing walls out, but that is hopefully about to wrap up. I'm still at a point where the internet and power situation is still fragile due to the construction work outside and the re-siding. However, we'll make the best of it that we can, and my desk isn't quite situated for streaming, but I figured low quality production better than nothing. Honestly.
Hey, hi, Ida. Hi, Ida.
Oh, thanks for the $2.02 tip, Alan. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Bob, thank you. Thank you. Gosh, is he gone already? Whoops. Dang it. Okay, Smitty says there's even a small craft warning out of the Coast Guard district at Santa Barbara Pier. I fully understand why they did that. Look at this. Look at the crazy red winds circulating around the high pressure deal in the south. So this is a perfect example of what I try to illustrate with winds and fires and such. The big H is like a high pressure shield. It even looks like a shield sometimes, either like a round shield like a Viking. In this case, it looks kind of like Peloponnesian Trojan War type figure 8 shields that they used to have, but nevertheless, the idea is the same. That high pressure is a shield, so other...
She's 1129 to match out of California, appears to be active out of North Carolina.
Storms bounce off the shield. They have to go around them. And so the situation with that high pressure bubble out there is funneling all the winds of the Pacific down the coast in this way. I don't believe these are true Santa Anas, but that term is being used pretty dang loosely, and I do not see that occurring. Santa Anas, they come out of the desert. Same thing with the Diablo winds. They were present days ago, where the wind comes out of the desert and leaves in 2 places, down there by LA and Pasadena. And it enters from multiple points, though, out of the desert, and it's hot, dry, hurricane. Oh, sorry. I tried to reach for the mute button. I failed. Oh, okay. Excuse me. Oh, still a little bit of construction dust around here. Pardon me, what was I saying? This is onshore stuff. This is ocean stuff. The Santa Anas have nothing to do with that. Thank you. Thank you for the blessing. I mean, we've got some wind in the valley, you know, like going down that way. But that's nothing. I mean, that's nothing. The Diablo winds and the Santa Ana winds are in a class of their own, where they're just extremely hazardous weather conditions, and we need to be very specific about them when we describe them. And I think the media just sometimes gets a little willy-nilly. If there's something I'm not understanding, please bring it to my attention. But my understanding is like when you go to Google and you go to Diablo winds, and it does this perfectly wonderful explanation of what Diablo and Santa Ana's are. And they there has to be the shield, the Viking round shield, the high pressure, blocking the jet stream from its normal deal. You know, blocking winds that might have gone into Oregon or towards Oregon, they bounce off. All of them do. And the jet stream lines up to kind of do the spinning top thing and throw the winds towards the only two places in California that winds can exit really easily without running into the coast range.
Regarding department info that 12 took involving the airpiece father.
That's it. I'm turning that off. I'm sorry, guys. Random, police stuff is not something we need to monitor right now. But when the jet stream's huge pushes the winds out of Nevada, they can't go to Oregon because of the shield. They have no choice but to exit the only two places in California where it's easy, where there's breaches in the wall, which is the Coast Range Mountains. And that's Mount Diablo, which is right by San Francisco Bay, and right down here by Santa Ana, also in the Pasadena area. And I just don't see that that's what we're seeing. We are seeing the ocean cause the winds here with the fire. And some of it's going onshore. Some of it seems to be entering the bay and going down the valley. That's just, if there's something I don't understand about Santa Ana's, and this is partially a Santa Ana event, do let me know, but I just think this is an onshore wind event. Now, JECAT says no Santa Ana winds in the forecast in Southern California for the next 5 days. Well, hallelujah. That's really fortunate. Can you imagine if there were? This would be insanity. The fire would be in insano mode. It would basically be on a huge overdose of drugs, and it would go wild. I think that's what happened in the wildfires this year, is they're all on drugs. They're supercharged. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. But back to seriousness. If there's something I don't understand about Santa Ana's, let me know. Oh, thanks for the 99 cents, Husky. I will add whipped cream now to the Starbucks that gets me. Thank you. Big Dog says, "Bless you, my child." Yeah, thank you. So let me look back at chat. Going back up there, and thank you everybody who donated. That'll help keep me here without having to return to work. I thank all of you here for spreading the channel. Please hit the like and subscribe button, because we're not really reaching the people down on this fire. Just like we weren't really reaching the people in Tulare County. The way that most people, wow, that's quite a change. I guess you do have to manually refresh these. Whoa, that's eerie. Yeah, it's almost looking volcanic. So this is a live shot from the Ren camera. If you hit the like and subscribe button, what that does is makes the channel trending, and if somebody is looking for up-to-date information on whatever fire we're covering, they'll find the channel, and I'm very grateful to everybody that's done that. If you think you know somebody who may benefit from the evacuation information and the monitoring that we do, please just share the direct link to them. That's the way that most people find my channel, is through direct links from social media, like just saying, "Hey, there's a chick here and a whole awesome team of volunteers who are monitoring fires," and putting that on your Facebook wall or whatever is just the way that we can reach people. And I'm very grateful to everyone who's done that. This has been successful beyond my wildest imaginations. And I'm so grateful to the mods and the helpful people in chat that help me track these fires, and the real firefighters in here. It helped us with furthering our fire education and their incredible knowledge, chipping in their 2 cents. The experts in other fields that are related are just so wonderful. Big dog, yeah, and the hugs. I'm very grateful for the pats on the head. This has been extremely brutal as a streaming schedule. I've streamed for like 86 days in a row, with only 6 days off that were not consecutive. I spoke for an average of 10 to 14 hours a day, monitoring these fires since July 14th. I've barely been outside of my house since July 14th, but I have not wanted to be anywhere else. And your kind donations and pats on the head are doing a good job. Just keep me full of energy and keep me going. It's been hard, real hard to pace myself when the fires never really had a let up, not really at all. So thank you for all the well wishing and just the pats on the heads too. Yeah, we have real firefighters in chat, active, and they come and go. Most of them are mods. We have active and off-duty and retired firefighters. We have people of related fields. And my mods are more than just mods. They are community volunteers. And I cannot do it without you guys. I'm so grateful. All my mods deserve a round of applause, because even when I'm doing something or asleep, they're there. They are there hooking people up with the evacuation info and everything that's relevant. We wanted to make this a 24-hour a day as much as possible. Wow. Resource where people find info on the wildfires, because the media just doesn't do this 24 hours a day, and the hotlines don't operate 24 hours a day either. It's much better to have experts in chat say, what am I seeing on these cams? The whole world can see these cams, but unless you know how to interpret them, you won't know really what's going on. But you guys are awesome. More pats on the head. Thank you. Yeah, you guys are community volunteers. You're not mods. You're not cops. You're not like chat cops that most YouTube streams are. You guys are stellar volunteers that are making a difference in the world and helping save lives, and I'm so grateful to you guys. You know what kind of circus had happened when we were covering Tahoe? That was all kinds of insanity. This just couldn't exist without keeping the bad types away. Yeah, we love you, mods. We love you. You guys are hero helpers. That's why I decided to name myself. Like, I had no idea what title I have. I'm not doing anything in an official capacity. But what is my aim? I guess it is to be a hero helper. To help these firefighters out here, the heroes of the day. Help them by educating the public. Tell the public what they want the public to know. And be calming, be reassuring, but also administer that dose of reality so that people do realize sometimes it's way better to evacuate now than wait to be told or resist it. So you can't do that without a dose of reality. So I feel like it's my job to give people the best case, middle ground, worst case scenario, and then let them make their own decisions. It's their life. And I feel like CAL FIRE and others, sometimes they have a bureaucracy. They want to say things to the public, but they're not allowed to because of policies where everything they say has to go through somebody be approved from somebody sitting in Sacramento first. That delay means that what they want to say at a 5 or 6 p.m. meeting to the community may not be approved until 10 p.m. And that's when they just have to go door to door to reach people. That's why there's so many 10 p.m. evacuations instead of 5 p.m. when they should be speaking directly to the public. So at least what we've been able to do is give people the early warnings, like based on what's happening. This community or that should be under mandatory evacuation within the next 48 hours. And that's been helpful. I've had so many people come back and say thank you for the extra time. You know, we also listen to the radio and we hear things live, such as that neighborhood needs to be evacuated now, and then we put it up on the screen, and we have this info out even before the officials can even whip out their phones and put it on Twitter. Sometimes we're even 2 hours ahead. So I believe that's been very important, and that has been what gives me the greatest satisfaction about this whole thing. It's a grim, horrible kind of a job. I don't like fire, and I don't like looking at it. Sure as heck don't want to be fixated on it 24 hours a day, but I just realized I don't want to stop when people came back and said, thank you. You really made a difference. I got my livestock out in time. Or I convinced my relative to finally leave with me. And that gives me a good feeling. I hope it gives a good feeling to you guys too. Hey, DI Maui, how are you? Prevailing winds come off the ocean at Point Conception through Lompoc to Santa Ynez Valley, sucked over the coastal range downslope to the Gaviota coast. Is it Gaviota or Gavoida? I'm so sorry, guys, that I don't know. So, if you look at Ubinet, you can have a great idea about what active fires are going on. This is a great resource. It's nice and simple. And I wanted to let you guys know about it. I touched on it yesterday. And good to see you, D.I. Maui. You can go to this little chart. And so regional fires, the one at Grass Valley, thank goodness, was contained from yesterday. In Yuba County, whatever the Stacy was 2 acres in size. That's just a vegetation mishap. A little thing at Newport. The Dixie's at 94% contained. I'm just so excited about that. And the Caldor, 98, which means it's a done deal. It's got heavy snow on it right now. So they have a lot of cleanup and a lot of some work to do. But with the snows reaching Tahoe, that's been the savior of the day. There will be strange things. People will find stumps on fire in the spring. When the snow melts, people will, like hikers will walk by and they'll see trees on fire, like in December. If they get close enough to them, like standing dead trees, that will happen. There will be hot smoldering roots that in the spring they'll start smoking, and that'll be what weirds people out. But just be aware that that's normal. That's called a holdover fire, and it can go the entire over the entire winter. Gaviota? You think? Huh, okay. So let's look back at what Maui was trying to explain. So I'm not familiar with anything south of San Francisco. I've only been to those areas, like with the tourist trap kind of occasions. I can talk pretty authoritatively about everything from Shasta to Plumas County, but have I spent a lot of time south of San Francisco? Heck no. I've been to Monterey several times, but never really down here except to Ventura a few times, and of course the tourist stuff in LA. So I want to understand this part. Prevailing winds come off the ocean at Point Conception. So let's go to Point Conception, California. Oh yeah, right there. That's where it is. I couldn't remember if it's the shark bite, the left cheek right there, or if it was this saddle over by Salinas. Okay, Point Conception is right there. I believe this makes it very, very vulnerable to tidal waves because of the fact that Alaska tidal waves bounce off this and do that, kind of like at Crescent City and Seaside, Oregon, and they get slammed by tidal waves. Just correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I read something about that. Okay, going back to read this. Prevailing winds come off the ocean at Point Conception through Lompoc. Lompoc? Okay. To Santa Ynez Valley. Where is that? Probably, I imagine, where the cameras are, but they're pretty far east. I imagine it's this, whoops, this area, right? And then they over the hills. Am I understanding that correctly? That would not be Santa Ana winds. That's onshore. So the way I memorized it, what's onshore versus offshore, is picture yourself paddling out there on a surfboard. Would you like to go on the shore? Yeah, then you are going onshore. So the wind's coming from the ocean to the land, on to the shore, onshore. And if you were paddling with a surfboard and you wanted to go catch waves, you would paddle away from the shore, off the shore. So that would be land-based winds going off the shore. I think I have that correct now in my head. So what I would call this is an onshore wind event, which typically just affects the coast, unless it comes in through San Francisco or up through the Pasadena area. The Coast Range really does protect the inner valley from a whole lot of disruption and disturbance. In general, it's like a big wall, you know. It's like a big wall just keeping those winds at bay. All right, so let's go back at some cams. Wow, let's do a 3-hour. Now I have a lot of chat. I have an hour's worth of chat to catch up with, so I'm going to look back up there. Big Al says it looks to me like the winds from the high off the coast are getting squeezed into the coast range, which is increasing them. Bing, 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 bing. That's what I think is the winner. Now you can see the state of the fuels, the chaparrals, what they call it, meaning scrub bushes, tumbling tumbleweeds, manzanita type things. You know, bushes. Now they have a lot of oil within them, so they can have some pretty dark smoke, and they can make fires burn intensely. Wow, look at that flare right there. It begins at what is that, 7:45-ish, and goes until now. Whoa. Okay, let's rewind the flame to that. Look at that curl. There's a scorpion tail on the fire. Wow. What did it find to eat? That's typically what I was remarking on as my gaze was looking down here, and I was going to explain that once the bushes burn, they're kind of done. The fuel is kind of done in the area. The stumps are now on fire, which is where the bright white spots are. The bushes are burned off the landscape. It didn't consume 100% of fuel, so you'll still see some big flare-ups. Once an ember gets blown to the next patch of grass or the next little area of bushes that escapes the flames at first, but you'll see that this is kind of like it just mostly burned the bushes, and it's now in a state of like smoldering down, and the actual stumps of actual small trees and fallen logs are the bright spots in general, what is still going. But the huge active fire front flare-up areas, like so, have found something new and significantly flashy to burn. And flashy means, like what these fuels are, that they're like a flash in the pan, and then done. They burn up and then they're done. It's not like the mountain forest fires where the trunks of trees and such just keep burning and burning and burning for more than a week. That is just one of the very small blessings on the type of fire this is that its fuels are flashy. Unless this fire moves rapidly in some sort of direction to find new fuels, it's done. It's what it has to do to survive. And so their entire strategy will be cutting it off from new sources of fuel somehow. Probably one of the very best strategies will be to throw down retardant, like we see on the other fires, on the other side of the mountains somewhere, to like give it a speed bump. I'm just drawing a random line here. And if they could put retardant there, they could do something else experimental, such as go back to a fire line they have and then burn all the fuel in a scorched earth line in front of that fire. So the moment that it breaks through that retardant line, it goes, dang it, there's nothing to eat here. The embers try to fall on stuff, and there's really not much on the ground to ignite. Burn the bushes off, burn the grass off, and man the station. So I wonder what the strategy will be. The incident command team is just being set up today or tomorrow, I believe, and then they should start giving us like true community updates and tell us what their strategy is. But that would be probably one of their best options if they have it as an option to take. Sometimes there's terrain doesn't allow you to do it, or restricted access won't allow you to do it, or some other reason. Like maybe the fire's moving too fast and there's no time now to get in front of it. But whatever the case is, if it was possible, that would be a good strat. Let's look at this. I'm amazed by the scorpion tail deal that's happened here. The winds should be dying down tonight. It's almost 9 o'clock. Whoa, that looks like a Viking longship. Like the dragon head of the Viking longship, you know, how they curl over a little bit. We can read all kinds of things in the smoke. Sorry, excuse me, guys. Oh, I gotta take a drink. That's eerie. That kind of looks like a face. And then it's gone. Gone with the wind. But that's our last frame from 8:35 here. Then 8:36. This is 8:42. Let's just do a 1 hour time lapse. Okay, sorry, I've been ignoring chat again. Maui says it's an offshore wind event now. We'll probably blow side shore, then back to afternoon offshore winds. Okay. Maui says these are normal winds for this area and usually come up most afternoons. I'm originally from Santa Barbara. Ah, okay. Yeah, then what took you to Hawaii then? Did you like paddle out to catch a wave one day and then it took you all the way to Hawaii? That would be a cool story. Desiree says, of course, nowadays people think of the movie Sideways, but that's where they are. It's the Santa Ynez Valley. But for those of us that grew up in Southern California, driving up and down 101 is a pilgrimage, yeah. The prominent fuel is sagebrush. I see. That would explain a lot of what we're seeing. They like, in high winds, to detach and become little flame balls that bounce down roads and such. I tell you what, one of the scariest drives I ever had was driving through sagey stuff, kind of at the border with California and Oregon. And a huge dust storm event happened. And I was driving a moving van. And the semi-truck that I was following distantly disappears in the dust cloud like it was a Lawrence of Arabia style haboob. And then the wind slammed into my vehicle and almost toppled the van. And I slammed on the brakes. And I began screaming. And the passenger who was sleeping wakes up with a start saying, "What's happening?" And I yelled, "I don't know." And this dust encased the van. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tumbling tumbleweeds went past the road, like at a frightening breakneck speed. And then slam, they hit the side of the van and began piling up like and started rocking the van. And then they started hitting the bumper, and then they started going over the top of the hood of the van. And I'm yelling the whole time like, "Ah!" Because small rocks are being picked up by the wind too. And when it was over, the van was like encased in tumbleweeds, like an igloo was around the van. We had to grab it and rip some of them off, and they were stuck underneath the windshield wipers, stuck underneath the bumper. And just an incredible amount piled up next to the van. And I slowly drove forward because we could barely see anything. And you should have seen the semi-truck. On the side of the semi-truck, it was taller than a person, the buildup of the tumbleweeds. And that was all just, dead sage that kind of detached. It went blowing places. So can you imagine what happens in a fire situation where those get on fire and then the high winds throw them through the landscape and across highways and such? That's just got to be one heck of a nightmare. I don't know if any of you retired firefighters have ever seen that, but it was described to me, and I was thinking, oh my God, that's really awful. Look at that curl going on. That's mesmerizing. It's just like what we saw with the fire over the escarpment, the east side of the Dixie. It's just that that way that wind comes up over a ridge. Whoops, wrong color pen. Comes up over a ridge. Okay, comes up over a ridge, and then it will go like that. Just pretty fascinating to watch. Hey, what? Hey, good to see you. Yeah, we're hanging in there. I hope we don't get interrupted again. The stream shut off last night because of a brownout, but I'm hoping everything's okay. But thank you all for being here. It's Gaviola, Desiree says? Okay. All right, I will try to pronounce that correctly. Now I gotta scroll up a little bit. This is our nighttime fire cam. This is the Ren cams. I'm sorry, guys. I thought I had given you the link. It occurs to me now that I did not. I think last year what I did with the Bobcat fire was when we were monitoring the situation with the Ren camera, which was right next to the Griffith Observatory. I think that's the one where James Dean hung out with. Oh gosh, she was with him at that scene. I think it was Dennis Hopper. Yeah, he comes out of the observatory and rebel without a cause. And Dennis Hopper was laying on the top of the hood of his car like a bad boy. And that was in the parking lot. The Bobcat fire almost killed that observatory. They saved it valiantly with a huge effort last year. One of these Ren cameras was color image of the fire all night. So what I believe I did to cover it was I set up an auto refresh button. And that was what I would leave on through the night with the radio as well. But I don't think we have radio comms. It was, when I shut that off, that was all a bunch of stuff from, just license plates and domestic violence and that kind of thing. So, man, Bob is awesome. Thank you everybody else who donated. Hammerhead 7116 said it's coming this way. The community meeting is this afternoon. Says that winds finally allowed some retardant drops on the west and east edge. I hope that will continue. Good. I'm happy to hear that. When I was monitoring the aircraft, I just kind of saw a swirly pattern of them flying right over here mostly to the northwest of El Capitan, the beach. So in order to protect the communities, you would need to draw some sort of lines like this. Because here's where your population, your big population centers are. This is the Isla Vista. Can we call it a western suburb of Santa Barbara, or would people get violently enraged at the concept? It's kind of like, people saying it's our own town, we're not part of another one. I don't know. It's just when they all kind of row together, it's hard to tell where the borders between communities used to be. So I'm thinking that what we're seeing on the cam has got to be corresponding. Wow, we just got a brand new update on the image of what is just northeast of, Port Orford here? Yeah, that's Port Orford site. Oh, the site of it. Okay, as in ghost town sort of thing. Okay. Yeah, I've heard of the place. There's a different one in Oregon, though, I believe. So this road will probably, the Gaviota Pass will probably be one of their main fire lines. Certainly the most accessible way that they get through here. Is the dotted line power lines, or is that something else? Try to read this correctly. It's not, because it does a turn. I'm on a scanned topo layer, so there's no key to the map, as if I was just holding it in my hand. But it's a national forest border. Got it. Okay, I just needed to zoom out. So Los Padres National Forest. Now, what is the kind of fuel on this side? Do we get a new fuel situation? I heard that the old fire scar is not going to be that helpful because of the fact that heavy rains washed out the fire lines that they made, according to what people were commenting on in chat. So let's look at our different fuels. It can change very rapidly, just like you can see how you got your tumbleweed stuff, tumbleweed zone, and your dry, steep, sheer canyon cliff type things, and then you got your forest, and you got more of your chaparral zone again. So I guess we could do some Google car sort of looking at pictures. That would probably give us a good idea. Whatever road this is, this would be excellent for use in as a fire break if it existed still. Not fire history, fire activity, but it's all over the place in that zone already. Remember, guys, this is the margin of error. That's 5 square miles or so. I should use a thicker pen. So even if just this area is on fire, it shows up for the entire tile. We don't know unless we find out through other means if the fire has crossed this lines, and I do believe that is the peak that we're seeing it burn right here really brightly. If I turn on shaded relief, let's see this again. Yeah. So I do believe that is the zone that we are seeing on the cam. There. It's on the lower versus the upper. So here's the upper kind of a ridge, and this is lower down on it. But I clearly remember seeing the upper part of the ridge area, like the flames going right up to the top in the old time lapses. So, and you can see that the flames are on the upper area here. But if they did some work, and if they have retardant up here, which I don't know if they do, that would be wonderful if they were able to drop it today. The fire is struggling against the wind to go to the north anyway, at least yesterday and today with the forecast. If that buys them enough time to kind of seal off the north and make it harder for it to go north when the wind changes direction, then that will be their best. That'll be one of their great successes the past 48 hours. Let me look back at chat. Going up. Did I miss anything? Yeah, when was InstaWeb last updated? We could take a look. Let's do our time lapse again. Okay. Maui says look up the paint fire in Santa Barbara. If the fire burns along the top of the rides, I think you mean ridges, it could easily burn right back into Goleta and Santa Barbara. Oh, Golieta. Sorry. I don't think I said that right. Goleta? Okay. Frank. Oh, hi, Frank. Believe the Gaviota area is where Japanese submarines shelled the oil fields along the coast. I think you might be right. That might be the origin of that famous photograph where the blimps were monitoring the LA coast, and there were huge spotlights in the air because the blimps were trying to look for the subs. They really did attack the West Coast on a couple of occasions. Don't know why that's not really in the history books any longer, but you ask the old timers, they're like, yeah, I remember that. I remember them trying to enter the Columbia River and exchanging fire with Fort Lewis. I remember them bombing Brookings because a miniature submarine pulled up off the coast of southern Oregon, and then a plane took off from it and it bombed Brookings, trying to do a repeat of the Great Brookings Fire of the 30s. Yeah, that happened. Okay. They tried to harm wood production and oil on the West Coast, and presumably they would have had their eye on shipbuilding production, like sabotage type. And that was far enough inland for the most part, like within Portland and Vancouver and within the Bay. They couldn't get to it. But that's why they went after Alaska. Yeah, the Japanese attacked Alaska because Alaska had oil. So there was some serious forgotten history over there. Now let's look at the future. We're now at around 9 p.m. and what Wendy was predicting is for this to kind of get calmer. She's pull out here to get a little bit calmer right off the coast. See how it goes? Watch the little pulsing dot, where the fire is. See how right there it's starting to become green. This is the wind gust chart, where the red stuff is more out in the ocean. See, right now the orange and the red is by the shore. And by 10 p.m. tonight, it really starts to die off. It's now 9 p.m. Then we kind of edge it. This is what it's forecast to do. Become less and less of a factor. So like by tomorrow at 7 a.m., there should be almost a dead calm with the occasional 9-mile-an-hour wind gust, according to Wendy. And then by tomorrow at 1 p.m., sustained winds will pick up, but still mostly remain under 10 miles an hour with 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But you know what? Today they said they were going to be 29 as well, and they've occasionally gone up to 70. So there's a margin of error. There's the occasional monster gust that will slam the area, but it may not be continuous. So that's continuous is what the chart is about. So Smitty says, yes, the blimps were active anti-submarine patrol assets until 1962, including providing the lights for a night football game on early TV as a Navy recruiting ad. Wow. Well, I guess that's one way to do it. I mean, the Goodyear blimp sold a bunch of tires. Yeah, I think it was the Aleutian Islands, Desiree, that were attacked. There's still, the batteries are out there. They never removed the artillery. So if you go to these Aleutian Islands with the ghost towns there, it's a special class of ghost town called a military installation ghost town, basically. You can just see these giant anti-aircraft guns just rusting away there and covered in snow half the time. And they used to have standing Quonset huts. They tried to build traditional base-type housing and such on the Aleutian Islands, and the fierce windstorms of the winter just ripped them into the ocean. Oh, hey, John, thanks so much. Welcome back. Thank you for the tip. You get hearts. You get double hearts. Thank you. Thank you. So I've always wanted to go there and document these things. If I can get enough funding, that would be cool. So do we have... Yeah, Alan T. says Santa Barbara County Fire Chief Mark Hartwig said Wednesday that Alizal is a wind-driven fire. Absolutely. Look at this thing. It even has a scorpion tail. And look at that. I need to go back a little further. I mean, it's, yeah, did you see it? It's kind of like a seahorse. You could call it a seahorse. I like this scorpion analogy, though. But all I had to say is thank God it was a north wind blowing it towards the ocean. Can you imagine how far it would be inland right now if it was a south wind? It would be, it'd be threatening, it would be here by now. I mean, unless there's valiant firefighting efforts, but it would be over here. What is this? Community. Why are there no labels? Buellton? Yeah, Buellton by Solvang. It would be there already. So I am worried about this. I'm hoping that these detections are backfiring ops. I'm really hoping so. We need to find out as best we could. Have we had a community briefing today? Oh, hey, Tony's Hobby Channel, how are you? Did it happen to say on the side of it today was a good day? What? Oh my gosh. Big Dog says, do they still have batteries just south of the Golden Gate Bridge? Yeah, the fort there is called, oh gosh, I can't remember it. That's where the Alcatraz escapees landed. I went to Alcatraz, and just hearing all the evidence from many of the good tour guides and historians, they probably did escape Alcatraz, and their raft was found under there, right by the little fort. But they carefully built the bridge around it. The Presidio, is that what it's called? The Presidio? And I didn't get to it when I was there in San Francisco. I did Alcatraz and just ran out of time. It was pouring down rain. I did go to the Cliff House and document where the Cliff House used to be, and I went to the site of the mass fatality event of the Valencia Hotel during this 06 earthquake and found a couple of buildings and such that survived the 06 earthquake, but I did not quite make it down to Presidio or down there. But I do believe the guns are still there and that you could go have your picture taken with them. I'm not really sure. There's a few guns in place at Fort Lewis, although most of them are removed. You can go see which is by the Columbia River's mouth sort of area. Wait, that is Fort Lewis, right? No, Fort Lewis is in Washington. Fort by the mouth of Columbia. The one on the Oregon side is different. What's it called? Oh, it's Fort Stevens. Sorry, I got them confused. Fort Stevens, you see the emplacements, but you don't see the artillery. They've been mostly removed. But you can run around. Oh, there's one. There's still one there. But the ones, and that's a tiny one. The big guns were removed. But you can see the huge ones still in the Aleutian Islands, just kind of sitting there resting. And Fort Lewis is active. I have no idea if they have guns there. I don't believe I've been on the property. It has old historical buildings, though. I don't know if you can take tours. Yeah, that's right. It's by Tacoma. Sorry, Big Dog. Now, the troopers at Fort Lewis did respond to the Dixie fire. That was what was so cool, is they were basically drafted to be firefighter helpers. And they really helped in the Genesee Valley area to protect Genesee and Taylorsville. Harry Moyer says, I was raised on that stretch of the coast. I lived at Gaviota and Tahiguas Ranch. Oh, cool. How did you find the stream? I'm glad that you did. And welcome back, Tony's. Alan says, old Moffett Field Searchlight Tower was moved up to Black Mountain and was used for a two-way tower, and you climbed it? Dang, Alan. Was that like urban exploration parkour, or was it like you had to do maintenance on it? I mean, what? You were climbing a tower? Dang. So, yeah, Cobra Commander, I've had the good fortune to... hey, Maui, thank you so much for the kind support. Did I say Gaviota right? I did have the good fortune to visit a blimp hangar in Tillamook. And I have some incredible pictures and short video that I took in there. There used to be 2 of them, and it was a massive, like, 8-alarm fire when one of them burned down in the early 90s. You could see the glow from Portland. It was that bad. They were all timber framed. And it would be called the world's largest wooden building. Just massive. Except for the fact that it was a cookie cutter blueprint. So the blimp hangars were built up and down the West Coast, and a few were on the East Coast. And the ones that all survived can all call themselves the world's largest wooden structures. Gaviota correctly? Wonderful. Great. I feel better about that now. Did we have a community meeting of any sort regarding the Santa Barbara fire down here? Do we have one for the Alizal? But whoops, I should remove the... because I am back right now. Let's fix my thing. I do want to look at the other fires and look at their community meetings. Yeah, the hangar was built to house the Macon and Akron Zeppelins. Wow, it sounds like you know a lot about those. Yeah, so Maui, you get a heart. Thank you. Thank you very much. You found the stream during the start of the bootleg? Oh, wow. I wasn't broadcasting then. You must mean the Dixie. I wanted to broadcast during the bootleg. I was unable to, and I felt terribly guilty about it because that was Oregon's biggest, just complete, disaster. It was awful, and the same thing was happening to Doyle with the guys before the Dixie. The precursor. What was that fire called? Sorry, guys, I have to look at my phone for a second. It's making a horrible sound. I gotta put it on mute. There we go. All right. But you know what I'm saying. The one that poor people of Herlong and Janesville and Susanville already had to deal with in Doyle. I couldn't broadcast at that time. At the Beckworth, yeah, thanks. You could have found the channel at that point, but I wasn't broadcasting while it was really going. I think the Beckworth and the bootleg were just wrapping up, and I went live on the 14th of July. But you may have found the channel, or yeah, the Dixie then. Yeah, that was about when it was happening. So Frank Presley says there was a couple of railroad artillery gun batteries along the coast near Santa Barbara. That's what I'm wondering about, because that's where the vulnerability is. Oh, okay, we have a refresh on the color cam. We still have our 2 main big hotspots here. I'm very curious as to whether or not they tried to encircle these with retardant. When I was looking at the aircraft and their patterns, they were doing a diamondy pattern like this, going back and forth between the two, like more of a triangle. But I did not see your typical, that sort of a deal with laying retardant right around, a section. So, but then again, I didn't watch the aircraft activity all day. going back up there, please look into the paint fire Santa Barbara. This could happen again with the fire. Okay, let's look at it. Do we have friends? Do we have a community update? Like, I guess I could look at that first. Community update on the Yalizal. 4 hours ago, evacuation orders and fire shutoffs. 15 hours ago, it's rapidly moving around. That's 1 day ago. Okay, about the campus. NPR, ABC 10, their coverage. Just wondering if we were going to get a official channel or Facebook page or something of the sort. But probably not until the incident command gets set up, which should be happening tonight or tomorrow, right? Committee update. It helps if I spell community correctly. Okay. 4 hours ago, CBS News was talking about evacuations. Yeah, the fire is a reminder that as the summer winds down, our fire season ramps up. Yep, we know. Winter is the worst fire season of California thanks to Santa Ana winds. So, anything new? The wind advisory for the southern coast and the mountains Wednesday until Thursday. Winds with gusts up to 50 miles an hour are forecasts, which may result in power outages, etc. They better do this. Pacific Gas and Electric, they better. Nobody really hates them when they turn off the power. People are generally grateful. Like, thank God they did it this time. Everybody just, who knows, is fearful of what PG&E, when they decide not to shut the power off. So I just didn't think that PG&E had too much of a presence in Southern California. I guess I have never really looked, but that may be unrelated to where they're doing their shutoff. Okay, let's look into that fire that I was supposed to look at. Let's go up to, how did we get on the Hindenburg subject? I guess we were talking about the blimps. Okay, so the paint fire of Santa Barbara, okay. Painted Cave fire. That says 1990. That says 1990 paint fire. Okay, so the wiki says was a devastating wildfire that burned in Santa Ynez Mountains and the city of Santa Barbara. With the fire, which began near Painted Cave, was intentionally set near the intersection of 154 at San Marcos Pass Road and Painted Cave Road. It burned 5,000 acres, destroyed 427 buildings, and resulted in 2 deaths. And that year was 1990, from June to July. June 27th to July 2nd. Cause arson. Perpetrator Leonard Ross. Timeline of events for the paint fire, which was 1990, but same area. The day had already been a long one for the Santa Barbara County Fire Department, which had battled a 3-alarm fire in the county dump. Wow. That's ironic, because didn't we hear the dump was on fire again yesterday? Okay. Learning about history does help us to understand the potential of disaster today. So I consider this very important. So the day had already been a long one for Santa Barbara County Fire Department, which had battled a 3-alarm fire in the county dump. While still mopping up from the dump fire, the call went out at 6:02 p.m. for a brush fire on Highway 154 at Painted Cave Road. On this Wednesday evening, temperatures topped off at 109 degrees, an all-time record for that date, fueling some of the worst sundowner winds ever recorded. The first engine arrived on the scene at 6:05 and was met with winds gusting over 40 miles an hour, with about 2 acres actively burning. Less than 20 minutes later, the fire had traveled over 2 miles, and the flames were reaching 70 feet into the air. Holy mackerel. With that kind of fuel, that's incredible. If you take a tall tree that's like 75 feet tall, you would expect flames to be that high, and maybe 150 feet tall, because flames can burn usually twice the height of whatever's on fire. But bushes, the fuel that's mostly bushes and small trees, reaching 70 feet tall, is some kind of insanity. That's when you've got that firestorm making its own weather kind of a deal. The fire proceeded into residential neighborhoods of Santa Barbara, fueled by sundowner winds. Eventually jumped US 101 at 7:42 p.m. In less than 2 hours, the fire had traveled nearly 4 miles, destroying 430 structures and killing 1 person. It was the largest loss of structures since the Bel Air fire of 1961. Yeah, last few years we've had thousands of structures destroyed per fire, or many hundreds. But we have to realize that's absolutely not normal for California. You know, the largest loss of life was like in the 30s until Paradise happened. And, on a single fire. And so we are not in a new normal. We're in a new abnormality, a new abnormal right now. So from 1961 all the way till 1990, there were no fires that destroyed as many structures, 430. So that's why people need to wake up to this crisis. It's not just climate, it's so many different factors. Santa Ana winds and such are nothing new. What's new is, power companies starting fires at a rate of 1 per day because they neglect their lines. Let's go back here to the state fire marshal called it the fastest moving fire of its type ever in the United States. Yeah, I would understand why he would say that. There were 2 actual fatalities in the fire. Andrea Lang Gurkha, age 37, died while fleeing the flames along San Marcos Road. An unnamed state prisoner working as a firefighter also died. Unnamed? That's wrong. They should be celebrated. Okay. I mean, fallen firefighters should have their own plaque, in my opinion. Investigation and settlement. Very quickly after the fire started, investigators determined the blaze was the work of an arsonist and were able to trace it back to its origin. From there, however, the case ran cold and sat unsolved for over 5 years. The case was reopened in 1995 when Peggy Finley, a former girlfriend to Leonard Ross, told her minister that Ross had confessed to igniting the fire in an attempt to burn out his neighbor. But the fire, quote, got out of hand. After an investigation of Ross, Santa Barbara County District Attorney Thomas W. Sneddon, Jr. decided not to file criminal charges, saying that the case against Ross was too weak. However, Ross then sued the county for investigating him. What? Wow. Really? Okay, so the suspected arsonist sued the county for investigating him? Should have quit while you were ahead, sir. And then the county saw an opening. A countersuit was filed against him of starting the fire, and the jury ruled in the county's favor 9-3. What? This is why I don't write fiction anymore. The truth is too strange and has too many of its own bizarre twists. Wow. Alright, so what I want to do, though, is see how did the fire spread? That's what's relevant to us right now. Oh my gosh, it's a rock art cave. I was wondering if that meant that's what it was. Wow. Incredible. The Chumash. Wow. Well, unfortunately, it looks like a lot of it fell off the ceiling. It probably would have been covered in cave art. So Painted Cave State Historic Park it's rock art attributed to the Chumash people. Okay. Dang, I wonder how many of these are yet to be found. So, all right, let's go back to the info about the fire and find on the map its origin point. Yeah, Desiree, remember we need to say words like jerk, I guess, because Google will automatically censor you. It was an act of vandalism? Oh no. I hope not. Desiree, Big Dog says, why is that? Morris says it's a mad world. I think so. It is, definitely. Frank says inmate firefighters are supposed to remain unnamed. Okay. Well, when they die, you'd think they'd make it an exception. Search News Channel 3-12. Okay. The Bel Air fire was huge, and it's because of that fire that they required people to change from shake roofing to clay tiles. Not in the entire state, for sure, but I was hoping that would have been the case. They needed terracotta a long time ago in most of the state. I can't show a whole lot of copyrighted stuff, but we can search News Channel 312, because we do need to know what's going on with it. The media will be our only source until we have a instant command team and real community updates. I think this is very relevant to the fire, so.
Good Wednesday evening. I'm Kelsey Gerkins with the First Alert Weather Center, keeping a really close eye on the Alisal fire. And here's a look at your forecast. Tonight, we are seeing some very gusty winds there coming from the northeast at 20 to 25 miles per hour. Gusts primarily around 40 miles per hour. But some of those canyons and passes seeing winds stronger than that tonight. Heading into Thursday morning, we get a break from the winds. The winds shift, but they become very light. Not expected to see a wind-driven fire as we head into your Thursday forecast. So for now, that wind advisory is set to expire at 3 a.m. tomorrow morning as we finally get to say goodbye to this very long stretched wind event. But we've got a couple more hours of these extreme winds, especially where this fire zone is. You'll be seeing those sustained winds get pretty strong throughout those overnight hours. But I do want to show you, by the time we get to Thursday, we actually get to see single digits across the board. So some big relief for all of our local cities. But unfortunately, the winds then head down south, creating fire down there. Now, as the wind shifts, we'll see that smoke move around a little bit. The smoke has primarily been pushing to the south because it's been strongly a northerly wind, and this is actually bringing that smoke all the way into Baja California. And you can see Southern California really seeing some moderate smoke because of that. Locally, we had some unhealthy air quality because the smoke kind of gathered as the winds calm down today. As the winds pick up, they'll push a little bit more out to sea, but we're still seeing some moderate air quality across the area because there is enough smoke in the air to warrant that. You're seeing the area shaded in yellow here dealing with that moderate air quality. That is an improvement, though, from what we were seeing in those early evening hours. Now, looking ahead, the big change is the shift in winds and the warm up. We have a building ridge of high pressure coming on in. This is bringing a warming trend as we head into Friday. As that ridge noses in, it's going to get windy in Ventura County. Santa Ana wind event both Friday through Saturday morning for the Ventura County area, really prompting some critical fire weather there. And you'll see just how those winds really start coming from the east, create Santa Ana winds, a warm, dry wind throughout Ventura County all day there on Friday. Winds for Santa Barbara County and San Luis Obispo County expected to be pretty light, but look how strong they are down south in Ventura County. Lots of those sustained winds from 20 to 30 miles per hour all throughout your Friday, staying strong through Saturday morning before we start to get a little bit of a break. So that's why red flag warning has now been issued. Officially kicks in there Friday at 6 a.m., goes until Saturday at 8 p.m. because of those strong easterly winds throughout the area. I do want to show you how things change by Saturday night. Onshore flow comes back in. This is going to bring that cloud cover back in for next week, cooling temperatures down. As far as temperatures for tomorrow, warmer than what we had out there today. In fact, for Santa Barbara, you hit 81, mid-70s in Goleta, Isla Vista. If you're in Lompoc, your high temperature is at 76. Santa Maria at 80, low 80s in Buellton, San Ynez. Taking you up into San Luis Obispo, high temperature of 80, Paso at 80, some 70s there along the beach cities. Down into Ventura County, pretty mild for tomorrow as you're in the mid to upper 70s at the coast. Ojai at 80. That's like your forecast. Have a nice evening.
Wait, that was not my.
It's an improvement, though.
That was not my computer. She actually was glitching out on their YouTube broadcast. So, I think for the purpose of trying to understand the fire, this is fair use. But we should thank them for making this broadcast. What is this? Fox 3-12, like 3-12. Okay. I'm very confused though. I was hoping she'd linger on this a little bit longer because these images, they flash on the screen and they don't line up exactly with what she's saying. When she's talking about Santa Ana's, it wasn't showing Santa Ana's yet. So, yeah, she said Santa Ana's. At this point, that's not what Santa Ana's are. The Santa Ana's come in from that direction. And so the next screen properly showed them. So she's on a green screen. If she's looking at the camera and such, she doesn't know what's behind her, you know. So that's just part of live broadcast. So this is what Santa Ana's are when they come over, like so. And this was what confused me the most, is the little arrows. I was getting hopeful, like maybe the wind would push the fire back on itself. It would it would push it away from Santa Barbara, hopefully. But then my hope was dashed when, like seconds later, the wind does a swirl like this, and the arrows point back to the southeast. So, see what I'm saying? Just watch the little arrows change. Okay, it's like, can you explain what that was for a second? Did you see all the wind arrows coming out off of the Kiyama area? Do you see the little, I don't know if it shows up for you guys on a small screen, but do you see this that just flashes for a second? Right there. So it's saying Friday at 7:30. Is that what we're supposed to do? So at 2:30 p.m., I guess we look up here, 4:35, and then 7:30. All of a sudden, wind just pours over the hills at 7:30 on Friday. So it's also a little disturbing where her hand is. Where Santa Barbara's named. So our fire is just up in here. So the red flag stops at a county line, but is that where weather decides to stop? You know, was the county line drawn on a geographic divider, or is it just that they do it per county? If they were doing it a little more accurately, it might look like this, where their red flag warning would be. But I kind of, with the whole angular line thing, I kind of just feel like they just say, this county, but not that one, when it actually could, in fact, be affecting the corner of Santa Barbara County. So this is Ventura County, and it's Santa Barbara County right there. All right. So what did you guys think about that? They just had an evening operational update. Oh, thanks, K-Doc. I was looking for one, and I didn't know that they had one. Let me log into Facebook off there. But we will return to looking at the historical painted cave fire because that's quite relevant. However, that happened during Santa Ana's. But I'm not sure from which direction to which direction they occurred. But I want to look at the community meeting. So let me take a look at Facebook. Los Padres National Forest. Aha, okay. So let's look. Let's look.
Good evening. My name is Trevor Johnson, Operations Branch Trainee with California Team 1, here with your evening update on the Alisal fire. At 1800 hours this evening, Incident Management Team 1 assumed command of the fire, and we're working with our federal, local, and state partners in unified command. On the fire currently, here above the 101 and Gaviota area, fire is hung up on its most northern edge within the Los Padres National Forest on that main ridge, the San Ynez Ridge System that parallels the ocean. We know it as the West Camino Cielo Road. Up here on the fire today, crews worked actively all day, constructing hand line, using bulldozers, hose lines, conducting firing operations across this whole piece, working towards Santa Barbara proper or towards the east. You did see today, if you had any of the fire visible, we did have aircraft all day over the fire. We used thousands of gallons of retardant via fixed wing and rotor wing to check up and slow fire spread from moving further eastbound as fire gets in here to the prior fire scars of the Whittier fire and the Sherriff fires. All the way around here, crews are actively engaged in here, looking for opportunities to grab the fire's edge. This is very inaccessible, rugged, brushy terrain where it's tough and sometimes unsafe for firefighters to get into, but we are working diligently to aggressively suppress all areas of this fire. As we continue south, working towards the 101 proper, the fire's progressed eastward to the Corral Canyon Road area. There's a finger of fire here. We had crews in here all day today working to stop and limit the fire spread. As we come down here to where the fire has impacted the 101, the fire is currently west of El Capitan State Beach. The most fire touching the 101 or closest to the 101 is right here at Refugio Beach, the campground that most are familiar with. That's a main access point, this Refugio Road, to access this whole southern edge of the fire. As we continue west along the Highway 101, crews are actively working very hard 24 hours a day to suppress any hazards here along the 101. We know that's been shut down and inconvenient, and we are working diligently to get that reopened as quick as possible. We're also assessing for other impacts to infrastructure such as power lines, gas lines, and the railway down here along the southern edge of the fire. As Highway 101 turns north up here near Gaviota, you can see that out here we have a Gaviota fire scar from 2004. The fire is continuing to progress to the west all the way out. And this perimeter isn't exactly accurate, but we have IR up over the fire now actively looking out. This area along the western edge of the fire is super rugged, rocky, inaccessible terrain. We're doing everything possible to get mechanized equipment, hand crews, and engine crews in here to stop the western spread of the fire. Additionally, we did have aviation assets over the fire all day, patrolling and using bucket and fixed wing drops to check this up. We look at doing more of that in the future. As we continue here to the north, we're back up on this main ridge system that parallels the ocean, or the West Camino Cielo. Crews are actively trying to hold this road and keep fire from progressing north. We're successfully doing that right now. Fire has bumped the ridge in multiple places, but crews are in there stretching hose lines, digging hand line, and tying it back in to limit the northern spread. We're going to continue working along here. We've had crews in here 24 hours a day trying to limit fire spread. But as you know, we've been under weather conditions, red flag weather conditions, and firefighters are working actively to suppress all areas of the fire. With that, that's your evening update. Please reach out with any questions. We're working diligently. We thank you for your support here on the Alisal fire.
Oh, I feel like an idiot now. Is it pronounced Alisal? Oh dear. And what was it trying to autoplay? That was gross. Sorry, I'm not in command of what Facebook thinks Facebook wants to suggest to me. Is it called a liesel? I was like, owl is owl. Oh my gosh. Okay. But the joke is that he has a career as a horse race announcer. So that's what the chat is going like, you know. He's talking like he's talking about the challenges of firefighting as if it's a bunch of horses in a race.
We know it as the West Camino Cielo Road. Up here on the fire today, crews worked actively all day, constructing hand line, using bulldozers, hose lines, conducting firing operations across this whole piece, working towards Santa Barbara proper or towards
Working towards Santa Barbara proper, but here they come down the stretch. Okay, on the far outside, it's rugged terrain. Rugged terrain is neck and neck now with the powerful finishing horse, which is known as mechanized equipment. Mechanized equipment and and rugged terrain. Mechanized equipment, powerful terrain. Oh, and it's fixed wing aircraft. It's coming out on the outside, out of nowhere. Fixed wing aircraft blows right past them. He's finishing with a strong handwriting. Wow, he's 8 lengths ahead. Was it 9? I don't know. Rugged terrain, and for second with a photo finish with mechanized equipment. In fourth for the super is the K-Max helicopter. What an upset! What an upset! So sorry, we have to confront the situation with humor, or we're all going to go insane. So I shall like the page. Thank you for the link, and then follow as favorites. All posts, videos, notifications, live video notifications. I'll turn this all on, and that should be a good update. Great. And I only have fire information on this Facebook account, so that I shouldn't have random updates from other things like the Beatles and such. So looking back, M. Payne says you're very funny. Enjoyed. Thank you. I try. The K-Max helicopter today. You know, I saw him on the fire. That just means that the fire has no chance. Just like the Caldor, you know, threw in the towel when the K-Max is on the scene, dude. You know. So I think I closed it. But that is the K-Max, the Mosquito Hawk, the single-seater toy helicopter that we make fun of just endlessly. But it actually is a nice little firefighting tool. It's just that all the other pilots give them incredible amounts of well, they're the brunt of jokes, is all I should say. We have an aircraft flying over right now. It's probably fire related, as it's going to be restricted airspace. Its altitude is 12,500 feet. But it is flying directly over where the fire's location is. I've never seen this kind of an aircraft as an official fire observing airplane before. It's slightly ugly too, but that's okay. I like the space age wheel covers, shoes. What would you call that? I'm just gonna call them shoes on the gear here. That's kind of neat, but it's not very space age to have props, so I'm not sure what this is trying to be. But nevertheless, it's we'll appreciate it as a ugly workhorse as well, I suppose. So let's look at our current hotspots and heat detections. I think it's time to get official maps out. InsaWeb probably has it for us. Let's go. Is it Evolia? I already forgot how to say it. Evolia? It's not Aviola. Whatever he just said is probably correct. Elizal? Elizal? Gosh, you guys, I'm still sick. I have the memory of a goldfish at the moment. Okay, so let's see when this was updated. Hey, 15 minutes ago. Containment is 5%. That's because that's the ocean. If it jumps the ocean, that would be one heck of a historical achievement for a fire. So I'm pretty sure that's why they have the confidence about the 5% containment there. Incident overview. The Elizal. Am I saying this right now? Is it Elizal fire? Started on it. What did I just do? I just clicked something. Started on the 11th to 10 p.m. near Elizal Reservoir. Wheel flares. I'm just going to call them shoes. Okay. Yeah, mechanized equipment will not be going to the Preakness. Oh, that's sad. Because the Preakness is more of a sprint, so anybody with early speed has that down. So that's why the Triple Crown is hard. Okay, strong northwest winds push the fire south over the summit towards Tahiguas landfill, crossed Highway 101 to Tahiguas Beach. As of Wednesday, today, October 13th, the fire has grown to approximately 15,442 acres. That's just nuts. With 5% containment and is burning 20 miles northwest of Santa Barbara within Refugio Canyon. 20 miles? It doesn't seem like 20 to me, but as the crow flies, but okay. The fire is burning in dense chaparral and grass. It is being pushed by strong winds. Fire remained active throughout the night. Extreme wind-driven runs, uphill runs, backing and group torching happened. I'm just going to insert happened. Significant fire activity continues with critically low fuel moisture, wind-driven fire runs. Southwest winds are likely to develop Wednesday morning. Well, I thought this was updated 15 minutes ago, but you never know which part is updated. So southwest winds are likely to develop Wednesday morning, which may turn southeasterly in the early afternoon before becoming northwesterly as the sundowners strengthen Wednesday evening. Now that is something we should be looking at, the sundowners phenomenon. Good recovery, humidity recovery is likely Wednesday night. Light and mostly onshore winds expected on Thursday. Yay. Wait. Onshore. At least they're light, that's all I'm going to say. Smoke is visible throughout southern Santa Barbara County, including Santa Ynez Valley and along Gaviota coastline. The U.S. Forest Service is the lead agency responding to the fire with assistance from Santa Barbara County Fire. Transitioning to the Type 1 Incident Management Team, California Interagency Management Team, CA2MT Team 1 McGowan at 7 p.m. tonight. There are 811 firefighters working a Type 1 Incident Management Team. There are 811 firefighters working on a fire. I've got misplaced there. The overall strategy is to engage firefighters to minimize the fire size, to eliminate the fire threat to Highway 101, reopen that, protect residences and infrastructure, historic and cultural resources. The main constraint has been the heavy winds that have limited safe access to suppress the fire and limited the use of aircraft to engage and support the suppression. Firefighters have been able to engage along West Camino Silo on the north side of the fire and continue to establish anchor points with direct attack, continue structure protection, and mop up. So West Camino Silo. Let's find out where exactly that is. There. I guess. So, is that the ridge? I'm not sure what that is. Okay, looking back at chat. Oh, Husky, thank you so much. You should put your wallet away. You're like donating coffee and donut fund as if you're at the casino and you've had a little bit too much. whoa, Nelly, I'll pull back on the reins a little bit. I'm just kidding, thank you. Although the Thomas Fire is a power line caused fire, it's considered the most destructive in Southern California history in the month of December. And is the 8th largest fire in the state history due to Santa Ana winds. Yeah, I remember watching some of the horror that happened in LA County before, and also Oakland. I mean, the Diablo winds are the same wind event. It's just the Diablo winds exit San Francisco and Mount Diablo. So same thing with Oakland burning down. Somebody who was on that fire told me that they couldn't keep up with saving the structures because every minute and a half a new structure was ignited. So that they had no chance really. Why is this not zooming out anymore? What happened here? Dang it. Okay. All right, so going back to our InstaWeb, I wanted to find the maps and then compare it to the historical fire and SS threat here. If you have any questions, then go ahead and put that in the chat, and we will continuously monitor the fire with our cams and such. Let's look at the current view real quick of Santa Ynez Peak West 1. So here's a 3-hour. Desiree says, yeah, the sundowners happen on a regular basis, but every once in a while they are on steroids. And they are their own beast separate from the Santa Ana winds. Yikes. Okay. Okay. Alizal is like Allison? Alizal? Okay, cool. I think I'm doing it right. Maybe. Or you guys could just troll me like you did with Tehama County, and I could say it wrong for 2 days until somebody laughs really hard, and then I say what? And then I realize I'm trolled. You can do that too. Let's go back to our color image. It's these high-res nighttime cameras are great. The REN cams. Now this is the view from the other side of the tower. The same fire to the left where it meets the right image. Let's go over here. That's a light. That's just a light at the base of the tower. Okay. Now they have their infrared version. Now that would be lights to the right. I'm really hoping. I didn't see any fire over here before. Let's go to the color version because that would show the same image. Yeah, that's lights. You can see the difference between fire and lights. That's why I like color alternative views. You can distinguish things like that. I remember people freaked out and were telling me, look out, there's a new fire at such and such road in the middle of nowhere. And it was the firefighters making a camp. It was their vehicle headlights, but it looked very much like a spot fire. It was a weird optical illusion. And only with time lapse, when you could see the vehicles snaking down a road like this, could you find, oh, it was vehicle headlights. But the whole problem would be solved if you could switch into different modes. Tulare County, yeah, I know about that too. Hey, Rob, what happened to last night's production? When you got up this morning, it was gone. I don't know. I had a brownout. And so I don't have my computer nor my router on uninterruptible power supply, which I should get immediately with the amount of those that I'm getting due to the construction down the street. That would save my hard drives too. So the computer monitor flashed, and there was this kind of a click almost sound with the lights doing the same thing. And I went, whoa. And I waited a few minutes to see if that was going to happen again. Took my toe and checked the kind of dragged on the floor the strip towards me and checked the breaker on the surge protector, and it wasn't tripped, so I felt confident that the computer didn't surge or have any damage. But when it didn't happen again, I get back online, and I was dead tired, and just looked at the video. I was gonna come back online and just say, hey, this is what happened, and I was getting so overwhelmingly sleepy. I decided to just say on the Twitter what happened, and then I'd be back tomorrow after the construction. So I looked at the video, and it was in the death twirl. I still have videos from last year where similar things happened, and I don't know if it's YouTube, I don't know if it's me, but it says processing. And this little swirly bob is going like that, processing. And that usually takes about an hour or two for even a really long stream. And it converts it from a live video to like a video. And so when I played around with the buttons and tried to figure out what was going on, I realized it was really screwed up and I was too tired to deal with it, and that I would try in the morning. So I will look at it when I've got some more time, but I don't think it's that critical to bring it back to life, because here I am talking about what's relevant of today. But I'll look at it as soon as I have the time. So here are some photos of the fire nearing the Reagan Ranch. That was 2 days ago. The USDA Forest Service propaganda poster today, the Pacific Southwest region, there are 14,484 personnel battling 9 active large wildfires that have burned a total of 1,403,883 acres. There's more than 1,042 engines, 256 hand crews, 193 helicopters, 17 incident management teams. Still on duty here. It's gonna be a long season. So here's some clips from the air. There's some really interesting ones on Twitter, like the SoCal Air Ops, and it's pretty sobering. When they say steep and rugged terrain, now you know what they're talking about. They're not going to do something like put a crew here if there's no way out. Like, how long would it take you to hike over this ridge? How long would it take you to hike down to that? How long would it take you to hike that way? It would be a tremendous amount of hours. And if a fire gets out of control and goes an unforeseen direction, you don't have the hours. So they will no longer do that, insert hand crews into a death trap with helicopters and whatnot. So it's a good thing that they don't. You get a picture like this that is 1,000 words. We're looking at the fire from a different, viewpoint. And what we're not seeing is the backside. This is one of the more rare viewpoints. So this is where the forest and stuff begins, and down there is where the chaparral stuff mostly is, by the beach. I believe we're looking to the west from this point, probably northwest, sort of, or I kind of discombobulated. Maybe you guys can tell me. Oh, Sea Probe, hello. Wheel pants is a common term for aircraft these days. I think it's silly, so they use a more generic term called fairing. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that's good. Oh dear. Los Padres issues a decision memo from Rays Peak Project. That was October 4th. That's a heavy fuel load right there. That stuff will burn for weeks. So if the fire goes deeper into this forest, we would have a different animal to deal with. I'm not sure how the previous fires have affected the landscape, but the fact that that's an October 4th photograph, Wow, how ironic. They said after reviewing more than 15,000 public comments, analyzing scientific data and specialist reports, and collaborating with partners and interested parties, this project will reduce the fuel loading, improve the forest health, and mitigate potential risks to firefighters and public safety while enhancing habitat for spotted owls and condors. And that was the 4th. They were like, okay, let's begin the project. But boom, the fire happened on the 11th. Oh boy. Yeah. Just truly sad. If only they did it a year ago. What was the delay? The bureaucracy? Okay. Here's an ironic September 29th video. Fuel loading, terrain, and drought. We gotta see this. Oh boy.
Welcome to Forest News. In our next few episodes, we're going to be visiting the Caldor fire to learn a little bit more about fuel treatment areas and how they can affect fire behavior and intensity. The Caldor fire started near Omo Ranch on August 14th. Within days, it was making explosive runs of 10 to 40,000 acres a day. The question is why? Why this type of intense fire behavior? Let's start by looking at the hazardous fuel arrangement of the mixed conifer forest surrounding the Caldor fire and many locations in California. First, there's an overabundance of surface fuels. Years of pine needle cache, brush, dead and down logs and branches. Next, there's ladder fuels. These are shade-tolerant tree species growing beneath the canopy of the mature trees. Last, there's the densities of the mature trees themselves. In many locations across California, there are more trees per acre than would naturally occur in a fire-adapted ecosystem. They're growing close together, and their crowns are overlapping and even touching. In this fuel arrangement, fire can quickly spread from the surface fuels into the ladder fuels and up into the crowns of the trees. You now have a high-intensity crown fire. It gets even worse. Let's now take that same forest and put it on the side of the hill. Let's also bake it in the sun with 2 years of extreme drought. This is the recipe for a terrain-driven fire. We haven't even mentioned wind yet. Wind gusts during a red flag warning can continually push those flames even faster up those hills. This can quickly accelerate the growth of a wildfire. These factors, fuel loading, terrain, drought, and wind, all combine to create intense, rapidly spreading fire behavior. The exact type of fire behavior firefighters were battling here on the Caldor fire and other incidents throughout the state this entire season. These types of fires limit the ability of our firefighters to directly attack the head of the fire. It's often ineffective or too dangerous. That's not to say that our firefighters aren't directly attacking the fire on its flanks or at its head with aviation resources, but they must respond according to environmental conditions and narrow time constraints. In our next episode, we'll look at how fuel treatment areas within the Caldor fire significantly reduced the fire's intensity and decreased its resistance to control. Thanks for watching, and we hope you stay tuned.
Yeah, that was a great little video. And you don't have to have fancy graphics. I like the simplicity of that. Was anybody else very, very interested in the geology here? I was very fascinated by the rocks behind him at several points. Anybody else want to pick up that chunk of quartz and look at it for gold? I did. That's the kind of thing where gold hides because a tree root grabs it. Have you guys seen some of those old westerns where a tree falls over and somebody about to be washed up and quit the gold rush looks underneath the tree roots and there's these huge chunks of gold impregnated quartz or something, like grabbed by the tree root and they find the mother lode or something. I need that quartz. I need to know where he's standing. I need to pick that up and look at that. Oh my God. That's fascinating. So, I mean, he's by Tahoe. There is gold. There's gold all over the Sierras. So, anyway, this is what having ADD is like. You just look at the rock, and I look back up at his face. Oh, he was still talking. Oh, yeah, I was thinking about Goldie. Okay, but I like this shot here. Doesn't this look better? Spaced out trees. They're not all competing for light. It's still a little too thick, honestly, if you want to have old growth. But wow, is that so much better than the aforementioned, where was that? That's one of the best, just picture worth 1,000 words. That's not doing any forest any favors. All these trees are probably saying, "Kill me!" Like they are wrapped up by the aliens in Aliens 2, and they've already had the egg laid inside them. They are set up to die. All of their branches are dead because they are competing with light. They all died, and only the top of the branches are alive with green, except for this little mini tree trying to survive. This little guy right here. The whole idea of extremism is our enemy. You don't want to say no logging, but you don't want to do clear cutting either. You want sanity in the center, thin it out, and that helps the trees that are left. All of these can't get all of the water that they need in a drought. They're just all weak. But if you select the healthiest to survive, masticate and or do EBL, environmentally beneficial logging, to the rest, then you have less of this happening. Most of this is beetle kill. And the beetles crawl on a tree, and to survive, it needs to encapsulate them in sap and turn them into amber, 65 million years in the making. But if they're too dry, they don't make sap, and so the beetles kill them. But if you had taken down the weak, they would be healthy and full of water and able to protect themselves from not only beetles but fungus. I'm sure they could have added this, but as a nice 3-minute explainer. That's really awesome. That's the only thing that I really have to add. It's pretty good. Oh, and the other benefit that he's not mentioning is deer cannot live here. People think deer eat pine needles or something. They don't. Deer need meadows. They eat grass. They eat flowers. That's not a meadow. That's not grass. That's not flowers. That's just a bonfire waiting to happen. Deer pass through the forest just on their way to meadows. That's what they need. So if you strategically make some meadows, that's where environmentally beneficial logging could work too. And just California and the western states just need to switch to it. Just hash it out, get it done, and just quit the extremists and the old way of doing things, which does not work. It does not work to have a clear cut next to that. Sanity is in the center. So I like that. I like that explainer. But the tragedy is they knew that this is what needed to happen, but the bureaucracy moved too slow. This is October 4th. The fire arrived on October 11th. So here we are. Exactly, Big Dog. There's not enough water around to support that many trees. And the cool thing is with the meadows is you can have the firefighting goats out there too. You can have you could do a lot with making it beneficial for the ranchers instead of like us versus ranchers, like city people versus ranchers. That they could be your friend, just like the loggers can be your friend of the environment. Just common sense laws, An alternative to burning the grass off the levees every year, like in Yuba County, would be allow the sheep to graze, and then that would be great. The farmers are happy, sheep are happy, there's less fire danger. So that aircraft has left the building. It's become Elvis, and it is heading off somewhere. towards Bakersfield. So there is currently no aircraft on the fire, not even a K-Max. Let's go back, and I'm going to read the rest of InstaWeb, but I wanted, before I forgot, to talk about the sundowner winds. So the sundowner wind, which is affecting the fire, like probably right now, and has been kind of crazy, and did affect the historic fire out of the Painted Cave, which we're about to investigate. Sundowner winds, it's a northerly offshore wind in along the southern Pacific slopes of the Santa Ynez Mountains in the communities of Gaviota and Santa Barbara, towards but not including Ventura County. So maybe that line that they drew, where's that video? I think I closed it. Between Santa Barbara County and Ventura County matters. Like, maybe it does geographically matter. Who knows? Or over there, wherever the county line is. Okay. Sundowners. It occurs when a region of high pressure is directly north of the area, the coast of which trends east and west. Remember, it's got that bowl thing. See? The coast is not north and south like it is most of California. It's east and west in this little pocket called the bite. I think it's like a shark bite. I like it. B-I-G-H-T, whatever. Screw you, I'm going to call it the shark bite. Okay. Alright, it occurs when a region of high pressure is directly north of the area, the coast of which trends east and west. This contrasts with the more typical onshore flow. The winds blow with greatest force when the pressure gradient is perpendicular to the axes of the Santa Ynez Mountains, which rise directly behind Santa Barbara. When the pressure gradient is perpendicular. In atmospheric science, a pressure gradient, typically of air but generally any fluid, is a physical quantity that describes in which direction and at which rate the pressure increases the most rapidly around a particular location. The gradient is a dimensional quality expressed in units of pascals. Mathematically, it's the gradient of pressure that okay, it's describing how forceful. I'm just going to sum it up as it's how forceful the pressure, the wind is going to be. Okay, so when it's perpendicular to the axes of the mountains, meaning in a really nutshell, when the pressure okay, wrong color. When the here's the axes of the mountains, and it makes a cross. Perpendicular is the cross. Remember, parallel is the side-by-side railroad tracks. Perpendicular is the cross. So when it crosses the T, things are worse. So, well, in other words, when it's like that, that's what they're talking about. When the wind's north to south like that, perpendicular to the mountains. So, hey Hillary, we have missed you. No, I've missed you guys. Remember guys, hit the like button and subscribe too. I have to say that every once in a while so people remember. That helps the stream, helps people find it. I appreciate all of you who have done that. Going back up to chat, who is the author of the video again? He is a clear educator. I don't know, I was looking at rocks. But it's here at the Forest Service page here, Los Padres. I don't know my Spanish, but that rings a bell. What's Padre? I should know that. Is it like your boys, your gang you hang out with? Okay. I've watched enough westerns, but I can't remember. Remember, I'm in Kathryn's sick mode, sinus problem. I had this funny joke that I said to my friend. I said, you know what, friend? I'm a little bit affected, I think, by being sick. It's almost like I'm drunk. And my friend goes, really? And I said, yeah, I didn't even take any cold medicine, and yet I feel like I'm on something. It's really weird. And then I realized I did take cold medicine. And he goes, "You did?" I'm like, "Yeah." Oh, maybe that explains it. How I feel just kind of weird and like a little bit my pulse has kind of increased a little bit, and I'm talking a little bit fast. And it is mostly a it's kind of a mix, the cold medicine, of an upper and a downer. It's like Benadryl plus dextromethorphan or whatever that is, which is an upper. Is that why I feel like I'm intoxicated? Oh, yeah, it is, because, well, I must be intoxicated because I didn't even remember the fact that I took medication. So, yeah, I better go to bed. And my friend just started laughing hysterically because apparently I babbled that out in one really fast description. And I woke up the next morning and didn't really remember too much about it. He texts me saying, "Dude, that was epic." Like, what? So yeah, just bear with me. I'm on the cold medicine. I just you see what I just didn't do is I didn't paste the thing I just linked. I just copied it, told a story, because I forgot in the time that I copied this that I should paste it first. I need to go to bed early tonight. That's just the way it's gonna go. All right, we're checking our cams. Okay, let's talk about sundowner winds again. These winds often precede Santa Ana events by a day or two. Well, that lines up with what we have here. They're coming in a day or two, but also as the tail end of Santa Ana's after they weaken. It is normal for high pressure areas to migrate east, causing the pressure gradients to shift to the northeast. Aptly named sundowners are typically nighttime events that terminate after sunrise. They may repeat for days, while Santa Anas are usually multi-day long events. Weaker sundowner effects may occur without an associated Santa Ana, at times due to Diablo wind event, akin to a Foehn wind or phone wind, or however you say F-O-E-H. Fire dangers. Sundowners are particularly dangerous during fire season because the air heats and dries as it descends from the mountains to the sea. Gale force hot, dry winds can make firefighting impossible. Their words. Impossible, and it even has a source, at the end of that sentence. Gale force, hot, dry winds can make firefighting impossible. And gale force is basically a code name for like hurricane force winds, but not sustained. That's what a gale is. It's like sometimes even worse than a hurricane in a way, because they push on vegetation and break off branches and then let up and then push again and let up and push again. And that actually creates more of a paperclip scenario for a tree. Have you ever bent a paperclip a whole bunch of times? It's like metal fatigue and eventually it snaps off in your hand. I sometimes feel like a tree just bending in one direction under winds is going to fare better than one being slapped around by a gale. That's what I personally observed with the last year's wind event. Remember the last year's crazy unnamed tri-state? It was like a tri-state Santa Ana wind event during Labor Day. I'll just call it Red September. Oh my God, that scared me. Excuse me, friends. I just knocked over a heater. Okay. Thank goodness it wasn't on. Alright, so fire dangers. They may make the gale force hot, dry winds may make firefighting impossible. A sundowner quickly burned a swath of the mountains through populated areas and across Highway 101 into Hope Ranch during the 1990 Painted Cave Fire. The most intense periods in the Jesuita fire's destruction have been blamed on sundowners. The Sherriff fire grew to 4,000 acres overnight due to sundowner winds, destroying the water system for El Capitan State Beach at the beginning of the 2016 fire season. Origin. The etymology of the word sundowner is uncertain, but it may derive from the Spanish term zonda, or from Arabic samum, which are both similar wind phenomena. It is also typically the case that sundowners commence in the evening near sunset, when offshore sea breezes abate and offshore flows such as the sundowners pick up. Remember, offshore means the wind's going away from the shore. Off of it. Like you're swimming off the shore. Picture yourself as the body surfer. You're paddling off the shore, means you're going away from the shore. If you want to go back home, you go on shore, meaning you come to the shore from the ocean. That's the best way to remember that. So, list of local winds. There really is one. Wow. Africa and Asia. Okay, well, let's not get distracted by that one too much. But I think we should look at those two fires. The Jesuita fire as well. That was May 7th, 2009. Wow. Climbing the side of Brush Peak, Barger or Brush Peak from the west. Oh, this is somebody's personal note. I could have gotten closer, but didn't want to be a looky-loo. Photo by self. Okay. The Easter eggs you find on Wikipedia. The Jesuita fire was a wildfire that started on May 5th, 2009 in the hills of Santa Barbara in the western United States. Let's look back at our cams. I haven't seen the fire move much, but we haven't the best view of it. I'll keep checking this as we look. And let me check, look back at chat. Yeah, the 2020 nightmare winds. Exactly, bugs. Exactly. That's a good. That's a very good name for them. Let's go. Okay, that is the randomest conversation in chat. Big Dog saying, "Does goat poop repel snakes?" I don't know, but I also don't know how that topic got started. Oh, padre means father. I'm sorry. That's right. That's right. Pater is Latin. Oh, right. I got that wrong. So what's the similar Spanish word that's your compatriots? But it's a Spanish word for companions and compatriots, like your boys you run with, you know? Am I just thinking of a similar word, or have I taken too much cold medicine? Confirmed. Stupid heater, stop falling. Excuse me. Remember, it's question and answer time. If you have a different fire you want us to look at, we'll look at it too. There's no radio to listen to, and that's the only update we have from officials. So we'll look at the other fires in a moment and their update videos if they have them. So what I found interesting about the sundowner winds thing is it was describing the high pressure offshore. Yep, bing, 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 bing. There it is, the shield, directing winds. All wind systems bouncing off of it and making them go around it. They're a bit like a wheel as well. They kind of turn systems around, but not at all like the low pressure systems, which is your hurricanes and your nor'easters and your big bad storms from Alaska. Is there a word for these? The Bering Strait storms? I mean, I used to watch Deadliest Catch, but they didn't seem to have a name like the nor'easters did. But you see them a lot, these big swirling low pressure systems. See the L right here? I don't know if you guys can see that very well. Those are your worst. Oh God, look at that huge one coming in on Friday. Yeah, that's an even better example of the winter low pressure megastorms that make it the Deadliest Catch. The Crab Fisherman Show, if you've never seen it. And that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. The Aleutian Islands here, where the Japanese attacked and the Americans set up more of a base to defend. These storms taught them the lesson that you have to use a Quonset hut, because the only shape of a roof that won't blow off is round. The shape of a building that won't be ripped off the foundations in a megastorm is one that's perfectly round, like a yurt. With a Quonset hut, it's a bit like a tube with a round roof. The whole point of it is that wind cannot lift off a roof if it has nothing to grab on. So the Quonset hut is a Quonset hut is an oval on the ground with a door, a window or something. And you could, if they're big, you could put aircraft in there. And the winds can't lift the roof off; they just go over the top, like so. But if you have your ordinary type of a building, that's a great drawing that I have just done. I'm very proud of that one. The winds will grab up underneath the roof and lift it off like that. So the ramblings that we do here on the stream do come full circle. Every little subject that we're talking about connects to another one. So that drives some people crazy. The way that it takes about 20 minutes for me to fully explain something, or maybe even 2 hours to fully come back around to a point that I was making about 2 hours ago. But other people find that interesting, so I hope you're part of the latter. So this is looking towards Monday. That is a mega storm. Gee. The Pacific Northwest should be frightened of this. It even has an eye. What is this? Behemoth coming toward the entire West Coast should be afraid. What is that, guys? I haven't been watching the local news, but I haven't heard of any weather people explaining that. Oh my God. I'm just praying that's impregnated with a lot of water. Are we going to get torrential downpours? I hope. It doesn't even go that far into the future. This ends with Monday night, but whoa. That's this is on wind gust mode. We could take it to radar satellite mode, but I don't know how much into the future it. Let's just hope it has a lot of moisture, right? Oops, sorry guys, but I guess yeah, you can't do this. You can't go to the future with moisture mode. Dang it. Well, I'll have to look more at the weather because that was some crazy. You got the wind. That's sustained winds. We were on the wind gusts, which paint a different picture. But even if we put on regular wind, that deep purple inside of the pink is around 65 to 70 miles an hour, according to the little chart. The pink is 50. When you have the deeper blues inside of the pink, you're going towards 60, and 70 is the very, very light blue. Now, what's confusing is they have the same light blue color for like a dead calm. So you have to remember the blue has to be inside of the pink to be 70. If not, it's less than 6. So apparently this is the dead calm here in the center. And it's almost like it has an eye wall. It's eerie. Okay, all right. So I'm going back to what altitude are these winds? Yeah, that's a good idea to check that. Forgot how we do that. I think we hit the windsock. That's reported wind. You got to click on one of these buttons down here, and then you get the surface. Oh man, that's surface winds. So whoever's at sea right now, come back to land. Get to safe harbor. Oh God. Can you imagine what sailing was like before radios and nobody got a heads up about this stuff? Okay, so they're worse at the 6,400 feet mark. And my eyes. Oh God, what happened? This is psychedelic. we're suddenly in 1967 in San Francisco. There's paisleys everywhere. There's people with flowers in their hair. Okay, let's bring it back down to reality. Okay, I don't know what the white is supposed to be. That's not on the chart. But I guess flight level 180 doesn't matter too much for us. Isn't that 18,000 feet? Flight level 180. This is flight level 340, 34,000 feet. Yeah, let's just bring it back down. Surface. Okay, going back to the chat. Desiree says, what the heck is that? Yeah. I better call Jim Cantore. Who is this? C. Johnson said, my boss's shed was ripped off her cemented-in foundation. The wood broke and it flew a half an acre into the winds this week in California. Yikes. Well, you know what I should do is I should have an affiliate program with Quonset huts because they're making a comeback. They're now being refabricated. They're the original, like, prefabricated building that the Army used to use. But, you know, they make miniature ones for the civilians. And you sometimes, after the war, tons of them were just sold to civilians. And so you'll still see some of these. They're probably original. Where people bought them and had really super cheap but very sturdy buildings. You could insulate them too on the inside. It just depends on what you want to do with it. But they're lovely. And so now there's like, just when you Google them, you get advertisements. Up to 70% off Quonset huts dedicated to serving Oregon. Talk to a building specialist now. I should definitely have an affiliate program where I chalk these up and everybody buys them off my program. I'm gonna be rich. USA owned and operated. That's so cool. Steel and corrosion resistant Galvalume plus coating. Ooh. What do you want to bet that it's just shellac? Okay, so they're great. Steel Master Building Systems. Talk to a specialist now. Then there's American Steel Span, Quonset huts. Yep. The tiny home of the future. That's what they are. Okay. So let's go back to the incident overview and check our cams. Now let's see what have we seen movement in the last 3 hours? I wish these cams could pivot. But who's Jim Cantore? Is he have something to do with weather? Rob says, what is the status? You didn't flag me because you had a space in front of my name and the @ symbol? Sorry, didn't see that, Rob. What is the status of the fire that was started by a stolen car today north of San Francisco? Really? Well, let's check watch duty to see. Everybody should have this app. It's the best thing. It does the Bay Area. I didn't even know that occurred. Was it by Vallejo? Was it the Newell fire? I knew that there was one that started at Clear Lake. I didn't realize any of them were because of some sort of a vehicle. What altitude? The winds, you already discussed that. Yeah, Big Dog, you did research on the 106-mile-an-hour winds on the side of Mount Hood from last year. Yeah, well, Mount Hood National Forest did not have a fire, and you know why? They shut off the power there. The Beachy Creek was, one that was started by lightning, but it came to light very, very, very quickly for the fire crews at Gates that the power lines from Detroit Lake almost to Salem were falling down in the Mountain Pass, and that made that a death alley, and people fled for their lives down it, and it burned up like 6 towns. The fire was racing ahead of itself and merging because there were separate small starts from each of the power lines going down. They kept it energized from all the way through the mountains, the smaller power company. So there's a massive lawsuit going on because they already had 78-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the canyon, and they did not shut off the power. That was one heck of a revelation. It even burned down the firehouse of Gates, which was the 4 or 5 garage fire truck, pretty huge firehouse. That was the headquarters of fighting all the fires of the Cascade Mountains, and that burned to the ground when a power line hit the fence and electrified it, and it ignited all of the bushes in a 360-degree ring around their headquarters. They couldn't put water from the 4 fire trucks in the driveway on the fence because it was electrified, so they ran along with the rest of the townsfolk for their lives. I tell you what, power companies, there needs to be some new rules. I had this positive thing, this positive thought. At the deposition or hearing or whatever that was called for the Dixie fire, the PG&E employee said that his instinct was to shut off the power, that there could be a fire starting up the street, that it was a narrow mountain road that he had to go up. But in the Feather River Canyon, there was a shutoff circuit somewhere down there. And he said company policy said that he can't shut off the power unless he verifies there's a fire first. So he was afraid for his job, or getting in trouble, or forbidden to err on the side of caution and shut the power off in the Feather River Canyon. So rather than cry about that, I think one of the best things we could do as a community is have a letter writing campaign. Not just to the company, but to congressmen, and have somebody sponsor a bill, just a real quick one, that when it comes to wildfire risk, the employee of any corporation is allowed to, on their own accord, err on the side of caution to shut off power or do something similar to prevent a mega wildfire disaster and save homes and property in the landscape, especially if it's a red flag or a drought condition. You know, if it's dry, if it's raining, might not be that appropriate, but if it's dry, very appropriate. And it should be like a whistleblower protection. Of course, a person should face consequences if there was no reason for them to do what they did. But if they had a good reason to suspect, hey, you know, of wildfires happening, they should not have to be afraid for their jobs to take action. That's something I think would have bipartisan support and public support, just kind of universally. I mean, just look what the Dixie fire did. Can you imagine that it wouldn't even have happened if he pulled that switch anyway and said, this is more important than my job. I'm not actually criticizing the person. Jobs are extremely important, especially your health plan and your family. And that's what usually makes people not want to stand up to company policies that are bad. But can you imagine, though, that if he had done that, that the Dixie fire wouldn't even have happened? We would have never even heard about it. We would have just been up there water skiing at Lake Eleanor and just doing our recreation thing, and Greenville would still be there, and Canyon Dam, and Rich Bar, and Indian Falls, and the buildings around Chester, and the buildings around Westwood, and Indian Valley, and history, and the ghost towns, and $1 billion, and the firefighters would have never been injured, and the other fires of California would have been immediately extinguished instead of allowed to grow big because they were unstaffed, which means that we'd probably would have put a monument and the McFarland to bed within days of them starting, that the Caldor could have been put to bed within days of starting because we would have had 6,000 free firefighters to help with those situations. And then, because the Caldor was such a quickly done deal, they could have responded with huge response to the KNP and the Windy, and those would have been a done deal by the end of the week on September 9th when the lightning hit them, because they didn't really expand for more than a week. This is why we need that rule. It's the butterfly effect, the domino effect, that erring on the side of caution to prevent fires is what we have to do. If the state paid the corporation for their losses, like loss of power for the day, that would have been cheaper than fighting the fire. You know, we got to think about it. Think about it outside the box. So let's look at the current information. I'm going to refresh it because it could have been updated again. 1,600 personnel on the Alizal fire. Is it like Alisal? Am I saying it right now, guys? Yeah, Big Dog is the fly fire enlarged the Dixie. They were about to get a handle on it. They actually went to every other day, like community meetings. They had a high percentage containment rate, like 49%. When PG&E had power lines go down again, start the fly fire, and they had to drop what they were doing to scramble to respond to that. And that took away all their progress on the Dixie, and that's how it really got out of control. People forget that the Dixie was 2 different PG&E fire starts. Everybody's already forgotten about the fly fire, but that was the second time that PG&E equipment started the fire there. They have neglected for 30 to 40 years trimming back vegetation, that the losses they have to do. So there's 30 and 40-year-old trees just sitting there rotting and leaning towards the lines. That's why they were just charged with manslaughter in the 4 counts of manslaughter by Shasta District Attorney. Because the same thing happened last year on the Zog fire. Leaning trees are dead trees. You have to remove them. They're going to fall over. Their life is over. You're just on a countdown, like a ticking time bomb to fall. If you have trees leaning towards a power line, you don't have a maintenance issue. You have an emergency. You go and get it cut down by the end of the week, not the end of the month, the end of the year, or 2 years later, as in the point as with the Zog fire. They marked that tree as a hazard tree and didn't cut it down for more than 2 years. That's just the culture of PG&E. So, the projected incident activity for the Alizal is within the next 12 hours, significant growth potential exists due to forecasted northwest to north winds over the fire, pushing the fire both east and west of Refugio Canyon. In the next 24 hours, fire growth to continue into Gato Canyon to the west. Now that means cat. I know what Gato means. Cat Canyon in the west. I wonder how it got that. So, weather concerns, I think I could summarize. This summarizes it very well. Southwest winds are likely to develop Wednesday morning, which may turn southeasterly in the afternoon, before becoming northwesterly as the sundowners strengthen Wednesday evening, which is now. Good recovery humidity. It's the Department of Redundancy Department is in action here. Good recovery humidity recoveries, likely Wednesday night. Light and mostly onshore winds expected on Thursday. So that means that even though it's windy, it's moist right now. That's great. So we got our super hot spot just west of the peak of Bald Mountain, just north of Tehiwas, northeast of Port Orford's site in Gaviota. Okay. And I would be nervous if I lived in Santa Ynez. But there's a river. They got that going for them. They've got a lot more access. There's a lot more roads over here. Now, what did put a smile on my face was he was talking about the firing ops right here when he was mentioning the map. That's what I went to InstaWeb for. I wanted to look at a map. So this is firing ops on the other side of the hill. That's when I started out my stream, and I said I think that's their best strategy. They're doing it. Thumbs up. Yay. So these, whoops, yellow pen, these are apparently firing ops. Probably. If we are to believe the update. Now let's look at some maps. Maps. No maps? Okay. Let's go to trusty old Google. Alzal Fire Briefing map. These are rarely released to the public. Alizal. Big Dog says there's even pictures of that tree on the net. Yeah. I was about to ban you, J.E. Cat, when I realized you're just speaking literally. I'm not going to say that out loud, though, because somebody might cover their children's ears. Yeah, there's Spanish names further south you go. Yeah, tons of them. Because we stole it from Mexico and Spain. I mean, had a revolution that was fair and square. And, you know, snuck into the governor's house one night and threatened his life and then said California is a country now. And he was just like, well, okay. I think it actually, I mean, from what I remember, what's taught in schools is that it was a really polite revolution. That the governor of California, the Mexican governor of California, wakes up and there's a bunch of American ranchers and stuff over his bed saying, "Hi, how are you? This is a revolution." Have there ever been any movies made of this? If they were really old and out of copyright, that would be great to get a kick out of that and watch it. That would be very fun. We don't have no maps. Well, here's the lookout. I mean, Zeke's got us covered. But he's talking about fire spread. I was hoping for the briefing map that would show where their lines are, etc. That he was gesturing to already on his community meeting video. Yeah, Zeke is awesome. It's the-lookout.org. There's a link to that in the video description of my video here. So he said 5 p.m. mapping of the 12th yesterday shows the fire's red outline is pushed east into the ExxonMobil and other oil and gas facilities in La Flores Canyon. I heard they're decommissioned, though. I don't think that they have a lot of oil in the tank. I hope to God not. Blue areas of this map below burned in the Sherriff fire, and the purple areas burned in 2017. The yellow lines are bulldozer fire lines. Oh, they are lines from the Sherriff fire, and the white are bulldozer lines from the Whittier. But I heard a lot of them washed out. This is the land of, flash flooding, and that's basically sums up California. It's fires or floods. Looking west over El Capitan, the yellow lines are bulldozer lines from the Sherpa, okay. And view north over the fire towards Reagan Ranch, Del Cielo. Yeah, Del Cielo. Rancho Del Cielo. Yeah, I think I got it now. So, crossing our fingers. So, let's see if there's a heat signature at Ranchero Del Cielo, Santa County, California. Oh God, it's right there. Well, okay, question answered. It's just, if it's just east of Bald Mountain, then, oh dear. Tip Top Ranch? Was that what it was once called? I don't know that we're in the right place here. Radio range station. Refugio Pass. Okay. Empty tanks blow up, full tanks burn. Oh. But only if there's residue inside. You would think the United States Chemical Safety Board would, oh, that's right, they don't have any powers to do anything but suggest anything. Oh dear. Okay. Look at that terrain. That really brings it home. All right. So, was the Reagan Ranch called Tip Top Ranch, or am I in completely the wrong place? Rancho del Cielo. Okay, sorry, I'm looking at my keyboard in the dark. That's okay. So, does anybody have an answer for me? Let's see. Speedy Gonzalez conversations, man. I miss way too much in chat. Checking it out. Quonset Hut conversation. Okay. Jim Cantore is on the Weather Channel, gets very excited about storms. Oh, really? That sounds like a meme that I have to explore, because I want to pick me up. Best of Jim Cantore.
We have not gotten into the worst part of this storm yet. That is to come a little bit later on tonight. So obviously here at the College of Charleston, they're already having a good time.
I'll never forget during Isaac, Jim Cantore and I literally hanging on to each other. It was where the bromance began.
Oh, yes! 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 We got it, baby! We got it! We got it! Woo!
The rain is just killing me. For whatever it's worth, I hope I'm making Tebow proud.
Looking for the rink. Anybody know where the rink is around here? The TD Bank. There we go. See, we helped this guy out.
All right, even in here in Yellowstone National Park,
You gotta be kidding me! You gotta be kidding me! You ready?
Okay. So, maybe we're related, because he's very eccentric too. I get what you're saying now. Ask Jim Cantore. I do want to now. Like, hey Jim, can you explain these winds? I'm sure he would just do something really excited and say, "Oh, these winds! They come out over the coast range. Yes, winds!" That would be great. That would be great. Okay, back to fire content. I still don't know what that is. That is, just, okay. So, what happens here? It's like they just melt. I would think that they would slam the west coast with some significant wind, but it's like they dissipate and go back towards Anchorage. Okay. Still, I would not like to be a small craft at sea. Yeah, and here, this one's coming towards the coast Friday night. It doesn't go further than that. I'm still worried about this. What the heck is that? Those are 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the surface, inside of the pink. So we'll try to figure that out later. All right, going back to... Okay, Rancho del Cielo pronounces sea yellow, means ranch of the sky. Now that would make sense, because it's up at the top of that hill, apparently. And maybe somewhere like that. Big Al or anybody else familiar, do you know, like, if we, does anybody recognize in specific peaks here, or what we could be looking at? That would, we can also look at, we could look at Google Maps. No. Chrome? Just no. No. No, no, no. I'm not going to use Chrome. No. Okay. It's Singoletta. By God, that's by Lake Lucky. Well, let's hope. Lake Lucky. Reagan Ranchero del Cielo. Okay. And here's what it looks like. Oh, look at those lovely oak trees. At least it's got some tile. Wow. That's lovely. Can tourists, like, go there? Is it an attraction? Wow. Now that's much like the natural habitat. That's what I like. It's mimicking oak savanna. Is that an olive tree? The oaks are over here, but that looks like an olive tree. They actually grow very well in California because it's the Mediterranean climate. Is it a dude ranch or like something you visit? Ew, ivy. A tree strangler. Whoa. Now that's a memorial. Did Nancy Reagan retire here or something? That would have been cool. She was a wonderful lady. Wow, look at those classic cars and such. Yeah, horse tack. How quaint. I would expect a really big thing. It's manicured. That's very apart from these like piney type trees directly over it. Whoa. And the trees growing directly next to the building. It looks like it's pretty well. That's a little dense, but there's many areas where you could just burn the field off and have a nice scorched earth area and just sit here and defend it. If it's got a good water source, they probably just would sit here and defend it and let fire go past if it's moving fast. It's compact enough, and it's surrounded by green grass, at least on portions. Unfortunate wooden fencing, but I think they could at least save this little portion. I mean, I'm sure we would find out if they can't, but let's go back here. Is there a Lucky Lake? Tip Top Ranch. How old are these scan topos? It doesn't say Lucky Lake or anything. There's Gaviota though. Ranger Station and Communications on Bald Mountain. Okay, going back to the chat, we'll look at fires again. Willie's. Yeah, it's a Willie's Jeep, yeah. Barbara Cohn. Hi, Barbara. How are you? Says it's definitely in danger if the winds turn east. It's on the crest, right? Yeah, I do hope they defend it too. It's history and just beauty there. Turn the snow blowers on, yeah. Looking at the snow accumulation on the Canadian coastal range already, it's insane. Good. They had some crazy fires and drought, and they deserved their kiss of coolness from Alaska's blessing. Okay. We're going back up there to the chat. Rancho del Cielo is the name of the Reagan Ranch, but what is this with the whole tip-top thing? Was Reagan Ranch called Tip-Top Ranch? Oh, they purchased the Tip-Top Ranch nestled there. Okay. Okay. So in the it was there in the 1800s. Since statehood in 1848, vast acres of California land, including the mountain areas along the coast, have been cleared and settled by ranchers. In 1872, and by when they say cleared, they probably cut down like 4 trees. Oak savanna was the natural habitat. It's not like you have to do a lot of clearing. Anyway, in 1872, Jose Jesus Pico decides to build a small adobe for his family, using clay of the surrounding hills, the Refugio Pass, high above the Pacific Ocean. Now, adobe and terracotta is what the Spanish and the other Mediterranean cultures decided to build with because it was smart and fire resistant. It unfortunately is not very earthquake resistant. It kind of crumbles. And that's where we get the myth that you should stand in a doorway during an earthquake. No, you should not. You should leave out that doorway and get out of a structure during an earthquake if it is at all possible. The doorway myth was when California had some bad quakes. Most of the adobe kind of shook to the ground. And that's why you don't see the early adobe buildings anymore. They're mostly destroyed by quakes or time and such. And what would remain is the doorway because it had a wooden support. The rest of the adobe structure wasn't propped up very well, and the wood would sway with the quake. And so this myth that doorways are the strongest part of the building came about. That's only true if it's an adobe building or some other type of construction. So anyway, for years he and his family prospered by growing veggies, cultivating vineyards, and raising livestock. Wow, that's doing California wine way before it was cool. In the 1800s? Wow. Finally, in August 1898, he acquires title to the land through the Homestead Act of 1862. That's right. When California became its own state, there was a kind of a dilemma where the people that had settled there didn't officially have title to the property because it was, stolen from Mexico. I mean, there was a revolution that took it from Mexico. So Tip Top Ranch purchased in 1974. Ronald and Nancy Reagan purchased it, nestled in the Santa Ynez Mountains. They christened it Rancho del Cielo. Reagan appreciates both the early history of his beloved ranch in the sky and the efforts of the man who built it by hand more than 100 years earlier. And then that's right, he was a California governor. He completed 2 successful terms as the 33rd governor. They say he saved the state from bankruptcy, blah, blah, blah. Accomplished practitioner in the art of government, blah, blah, blah. Brilliantly gifted politician, blah, blah, blah. Well, look what website we're reading. So, yeah, very glowing. Mike Wallace's ranch interview with Reagan, blah, blah, blah. That would be cool to look at one day. But I'm trying to figure out... this is like Reagan's timeline. Where's the info about the... Oh, Bush visits the ranch. Bush Sr.? It was H.W., okay. They visited with Barbara. Oh yeah, that was older Bush. HW is older Bush. Okay, so that's pretty cool. That was 1981. A barbecue for Seabees hosted. Signing of the Economic Recovery Tax Act happened there. Barbara Walters interviews Reagan at the ranch. Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip visit the ranch. Whoa, that's the front door. That's the Queen right there. Wow. And the picture doesn't get larger. Dang it, dang it, dang it. It really doesn't get larger. Dang it. Okay, fine. Whatever. Okay. Oh god, that's some dark history. Reagan outlaws Russia in 1984. Okay. It was from a radio address at the ranch. Not knowing that the microphone was open, he makes a humorous remark about Russia. My fellow Americans, I'm pleased to tell you today that I've signed legislation that will outlaw Russia forever. We begin bombing in 5 minutes. In his diaries, Reagan writes about the open mic incident, saying, on one of them, I gave the press an opening to display their irresponsibility, which they did. Oh, good cover story. Oh my God. That almost ended the world. Oh, okay. 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 Can you imagine if Russia had taken that seriously, or if they had just gotten a typed version of it? Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, he says, one of them I gave the press an opening to display their irresponsibility, which they did, doing a voice level with no thought that anyone other than the few people in the room would hear. That I ad-libbed jokingly said something about the Soviets. The networks had a line open and recorded it, and of course made it public, hence an international incident. Oh my God. Oh God, we're lucky to be alive. Okay. Okay. So, looking back at chat, I don't think anybody has a request right now for looking at fires. We'll keep looking back at the things, and then I think we should look at the community updates for the. Oh my gosh, it's 11 for the Windy and the KNP and such. So, a Secretary of State visits from Moscow. Wow. Okay. Gorbachev visits the ranch. Gorby. I bet they joked, like, I'm so glad you didn't nuke us when my mic was open. And Gorby is probably saying stuff like, well, we almost did. But thank goodness my key jammed. What? That's what I imagine was a private conversation. Margaret Thatcher visited the ranch. Okay. Summer conference of youth there. Oh, in 1994, he informs the world he has Alzheimer's. All this stuff occurred here. 1995, he visits the ranch for the last time. Ronald Reagan makes his final visit there during the hot days of late August, where he had previously enjoyed physical activities of horseback riding, cutting brush, and fixing things. The activities he could do with ease became fewer and fewer. Since the president could no longer enjoy ranch activities as he once did, the time has come to say farewell to his beloved mountaintop retreat, an old friend that served him well for nearly 21 historic and memorable years, spanning his governorship to post-presidency. Then the Young Americans Foundation saves the ranch. As they sold it to them, it's now preserved as it was when Reagan owned it, having been saved with most original artifacts and memorabilia intact. Oh God. Yeah, that's a lot to lose. Yeah, I hope they save that. And I'm wondering, when was the current building constructed? I was hoping it would have more details. This can't be original. But then again, sometimes it is. I've actually been on the hunt for ghost towns in California that date back to the Mission era and the pre-gold rush, basically. And supposedly there were no remains of one of the California missions, and a kindred spirit photographer investigates the area, drives by and sees in a grove of trees, that there was a small adobe building back there because a fence had blown down or something. And it turned out it was an original mission structure from the 1700s. And he goes and informs the county, like, did you know that was there? And they go, no, it's not. And he goes, look at my photo. They went, oh my God. So it happens. Sometimes if they're renovated, they look pretty new. But I would like to know. Anybody know? Barbara Cohn says the ranch was an easily secured place. That makes a lot of sense. Why a politician would buy it. Look at the size of the door in the chimney, and that'll give you a time frame. Well, chimneys are often rebuilt. That's the thing about them. They're usually exterior, and just like siding is often redone. You're right about sizes of doorways. That doesn't look terribly large, does it? We could just Google it. Are the Reagan Ranch structures original? Somebody would know. I mean, here's the wiki. Not very good wiki. He homesteaded and built the original adobe house in 1871. The Pico family owned it till 1941, which when World War II broke out, when Joe, one of his sons, sold it to Frank Flournoy, a Santa Barbara County surveyor, for $6,000, equal to $105,600 today. Well, whenever today was. Wow. He then in turn sold the ranch to Ray Rosali Cornelius, who then purchased additional land for the property. The Reagans sold that other ranch to a movie company. Okay, there other ones? The pond was called Lake Lucky, so it's a pond, okay. But that means an endless water supply for them to defend the ranch. That's good. That's in their favor. His house furnished with 1970s style. A 1,500-foot house furnished with 1970s style stuff. It doesn't say, though, what happened to the original buildings, but it implies that he built a house in the 70s. So maybe the plaque out front is a historical plaque describing the original, because I would think it's probably modern, but you never know. Terry Murray, hi, welcome back. Hello. I have not been able to find the channel. This one? Did you hit the like and subscribe button? Because if you hit the ringing bell, it should tell you whenever I go live. But I stopped streaming from the 3rd till yesterday, mostly because of the window leak and the whole ruining the living room thing. But there's still some cleanup going on, but the worst is over now. Knock on wood, I keep saying that. Just when they fixed it, it leaked again, so that's what happened. Glad you're back, though. And that's a good tip, J-Cat. So, Barbara says I'm enjoying the giggles. Let's go back to the fires. Okay, the activity. Well, the margin of error here is pretty huge. Each square, whoops, is approximately so. Getting super lazy with my drawing here. And the ranch is in there somewhere, so. But I think it's not going to be too harmed as long as they have the personnel there to take care of it. That's perfectly defensible. That one little house homestead area, I don't know if there's outbuildings or like a stables. That would suck to lose. But we don't have the raging, crazy, insano winds that would cause them to flee from structure protection. That's just not occurring right now. The worst of the winds are mostly over. The new Santa Ana's coming up, our wild card, but they didn't look like the crazy Santa Anas. In fact, if they come out of the east, I'm still confused about that weather report that we saw. But if they come out of the east, that would blow the fire to the west and back on itself, at least on its eastern side. That would not be cool for the western side of the fire, but, that would benefit. Yeah, Gorby is Gorbachev. Gorby was cool. In fact, he's still alive. I wanted to interview him. I doubt I would be able to about Chernobyl. But he came out and said why the Soviet Union fell, just plain as day. He wasn't able to talk about that previously, but he's nearing the end of his life, and he's starting to be like, whatever, I'm going to say what I want. And he flat out said the Chernobyl accident ended the Soviet Union. It was a disaster too expensive for the country to handle, not the conglomeration of countries to handle. It was a multi-trillion-dollar disaster, and it just broke the back of their economy. So we have to take a lesson learned. We can't keep having billion-dollar disasters like this that are easily preventable. The fires here, they're not putting radioactive things on the landscape, but they sure are destroying stuff. And I was wondering about the fires of this and last year combined. Would they have equaled the exclusion zone of Chernobyl or the past several years? Remember, math is not my strong point. I kind of have numbers dyslexia, but it's 800 square miles or 800 square kilometers that the current exclusion zone is, where it's just uninhabitable desolation. And that's what a landscape is after a mega fire. It's uninhabitable for quite a long time by animals, wildlife, and people. It takes a long time to rebuild after the toxic cleanup. It's not a direct comparison, but as far as breaking the back of the economy and ruining the country, it is a lesson to be learned. We can't just have this continuously happen. Like we can't let power companies just burn up the state. We got our hands full with these natural and lightning fires and accidental fires. By the way, has there been any word on the cause of this one? I haven't read anything about a cause. Going back to the chat. Oh, you've been subscribed since I found you. Oh, that's good. That's good. The funny thing is when I tell people hit the subscribe button like they do, it's mostly people forget about it. I hate doing that, but I do want people to subscribe because not like, oh boy, my channel's hot, look at me, but the algorithm for YouTube does not show people what they're looking for. It only shows you what's already trending. So unless my new broadcast has like immediately like a bunch of people hit the like button at once, it's not ranked up, so people can search Areola fire or Alizal fire or Dixie fire, whatever. They won't be connected with this channel if they're looking for something live, because that's the way the thing works. So I am grateful to anybody who does hit the button. We tried an experiment and it worked. Like all of a sudden we had new traffic and people said, oh, I found you just by Google searching. And I was like, hey, it's true. Okay, so here's the moon. Over the ocean. Wow. This is the same tower as Santa Ynez 1 or West, I believe. It's just a different camera. And so the view to the right over this peak is over here. So here we would be looking. This is probably fire crews right there. Or a helipad. Or hey, why is it in black ink? Okay, there we go. That's a system of lights, by the way. Let's look at other fires and do a video roundup because I've been speaking a little bit too long and I gotta get some tea or something. In fact, yeah, I'm gonna go get some tea. Let's turn on some video updates for the other fires. I would like to know about the KNP as well. What's going on? So, yep. This should be here. Subscribe to the KNP Complex YouTube channel. Really? Yeah, I remember seeing that right before I went to sleep. Cool. Subscribe. All notifications. 7 subscribers. Okay, guys, here's the link. Here's the link. Don't know why it took so long for this to exist, but hey, whenever somebody does something right, you encourage it. That's so they're doing something right here. Easy access for the public, no account necessary, no social media account necessary, and direct news that comes from straight from the horse's mouth to the public. It's a good thing. And they have some Espanol versions. Cool. Cool. Hey, there's 1 hour ago. Okay, let's look.
Good afternoon, Dennis Burns, Fire Behavior Analyst for California Interagency Incident Management Team 2.
Okay, he says, good afternoon, I'm Dennis Burns, then take a shot. That's the new drinking game thing. Dennis, raise a glass of milk for Dennis.
With your KMP complex update for October 13th. So starting down here in Division Alpha and X-ray, kind of this southwest side of the fire. Today it went into a strictly patrol status, which means there's no true line overhead. We just have fire equipment kind of cruising back up and down the roads, making sure that everything stays where we want it to. They are beginning to work on what we call suppression repair, a plan. You see we have these dozer lines. What we want to do is one of the things we do is we cut water bars in them to take any runoff when and if we ever get rain again. But basically just prep those so that when we do get weather, erosion doesn't become an issue. Moving on up into Division Union, this area that used to be part of our North Complex. Again, this part's pretty much in a patrol status. Very similar operation. Looking at beginning some suppression repair here. I suspect that tomorrow this may show up as black on the map. Crews have worked that out. Not a lot of visible heat showing up in there today, and that's all the way up to the General's Highway. Going up from the General's Highway up to Park Ridge, crews are continuing to work this out. Still have a lot of burning material rolling down onto the highway here. Fortunately, it's black on this side, so it's not an issue, but that kind of just speaks to the steep slopes that we have out there, and until we get some really good depth, either the material burning out or crews, if they can safely get in there, deal with the heat, we still have some threats to our containment lines, and that's why a lot of this is still red. Coming down from the General's Highway here at Montecito, and this kind of crescent-shaped area, crews continue to strengthen and reinforce the hand lines going in there. One of the big issues in there and why it's such a slow process is there's just, a lot of dead trees, which we call snags, that they're having to fall ahead of the crews. So they're having to drop the dead trees and get them down so the crews can work in there safely. Coming across the highway, they have continued to monitor this. They've been walking it out. There's a couple areas that they think they're going to be able to access with hose, so they'll probably go after that tomorrow. So we may be seeing some black on the map here also. We're all good here. This is still in a monitor status, not going anywhere. We've got the rock wall out here. Coming down to the general forest, this piece of heat in here on the edge, it wants to kind of continue moving to the east. It got into a position today where we were able to use aircraft on it, and they ran several fuel cycles through our helicopters dropping water. One of the concerns earlier on and where the fire was positioned was that if we used aircraft on it, it would push fire down into the canyon, which we don't want. Coming down into Division Echo, which is actually unstaffed. The fire is back down into the middle fork of the Cahuilla. The infrared has shown no heat really through this whole section of the fire. We do have some heat up here, and it's continuing to back down towards Cliff Creek. Not expecting any issues there. Nice low intensity understory burn. There is an old burn scar here that this fire, once it backs there, which could be a week, 2 weeks, will make the fire stall out. Coming down into Division Charlie, crews continue to work this section along Mineral King Road. A real dirty burn in here. Even though this shows kind of a direct line, it's actually a bunch of fingers. Today they started using a drone to identify those sources of heat that they could safely get into and deal directly with the heat. Those areas that they couldn't, they also worked that with aircraft. So that's your October 13th update of the KMP complex, and I'll talk to you tomorrow afternoon.
Hey, Dennis is the man. One of the most calm, reassuring of the explainers. Man, he's cool. What the heck does YouTube think I want to watch? This is a whole bunch of strange suggestions. How to build a shed. Full episode of Megastructures of the Deep Ancient Discoveries. Okay. Aliens. 5,000 Divisions Chaos. Hearts of Iron 4, or whatever that is. What did dinosaurs actually look like? Oh, and William Shatner completes a space flight. Mountains of the Deep Sea. Let's play as Penthesilea, the Amazon warrior chick. Troy mythology. KMP. 4 hours of dark folk Viking Native American music. I'm pretty sure the two cultures did not get along if they ever met, let alone make music together. World War II guns in service today. What's happening to the many African kingdoms? Or what happened to the many African kingdoms? I'm pretty sure we know. Considering the time period 1500 to 1800, you gotta be one heck of an ignorant person to not know what happened to Africa in that time period. That's uncomfortable. Okay. Next fire. That was kind of sad how he said if and when we get rain, because I look back at Windy and that tropical storm thing. That it is a hurricane, isn't it? It did make landfall already, and it's wow, that moved fast. But it went away. So, whatever this mega storms over here are doing, why not bring your rain down to California? Why not? Why? What kind of brick wall do they run into that keeps them at the ocean? There's got to be some crazy high pressure by Oregon and Washington to bounce it like that. Isn't there a button for the pressure and the fronts? Okay, there's so many buttons. Freezing altitudes, keep index thermals. Oh, that's cute. I guess that's useful for condors. Tidal currents. Shut up, microwave. I'll go get the tea in a second. All right, let's just, I'm sorry, I'm ADD mode. Let's go to the next one, the Windy. And here it is. Do we have a Windy fire update? Well, there was a commercial fire 12 hours ago in Tulare County in the community of Pixley. They found a working fire in approximately 10,000 square foot metal structure. Firefighters are working to contain it. No injuries. Cause under investigation. I wonder what a 10,000 foot structure was used for right now. I just, Okay. Yeah, and here's from yesterday. The Sheriff's Office downgraded evacuation stuff. Quick stats for October. Wow. And the K&P. That's kind of hideous, like a wasteland. That's a good Bambi bucket. Am I missing something? Did they move the community meetings for the Windy to a different site? I really thought that those video updates were here on the Tulare County Fire Department page. Big Al says, you might find my Soviet Union espionage interesting. I risked the Soviet Kuskow to smuggle in training manuals for mass civil disobedience. The Baltic states used them. Oh, are you sure you want to be talking about that publicly, Barbara? Oh my gosh. And you had sat down to dinner with Gorby? Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, do tell. This will be good. Let me go get the tea. I thought I could show another video. I mean, the KNP has a north and south zone. Gosh, did I just skip one? Which one did we see with Dennis? I didn't take note of it. Team 2. What did he say?
Good afternoon, Dennis Burns, Fire Behavior Analyst for California Interagency Incident Management Team 2 with your KMP Complex update for...
I guess this is general behavioral, and we don't take another shot of milk. We already played that. I guess that's just the generalized one, but when you scroll down, there's the different north and south zone updates. They were yesterday, so they're not that important. I mean, we have the statements issued about the windy, but friends, am I forgetting somehow where the windy fire updates are? I mean, we could go to InstaWeb and then look at the meeting thing. I thought it was Tulare County Sheriff's County Fire Department. Is it a Sequoia Kings Canyon is the that's the one for the KNP, but that's right. Was it the Sequoia National Forest? Facebook? Did I forget to wait? Sequoia National Forest. Was it there? Yeah, I just forgot to bookmark this. This is for... That's for the windy one. Okay. Still a bunch of KNP stuff. Okay, windy. Aha! Here we go. Finally, success. Going to get my tea.
Good morning. My name is Matt Armentrout. I'm the Operations Section Chief for Great Basin Team 6. The big news for the windy fire today is that the Tulare County Sheriffs are lifting the evacuation order at 1200 today. So that's huge news for the residents that were affected by the windy fire. Now I'm going to jump into what we're doing on the windy fire as far as operational period for today. Basically, in all divisions, we're conducting fire suppression repair. So down in these areas in Division Juliet, Kilo, Lima, pretty much around the whole perimeter, all the peripheral lines out here is what we're focusing on as far as fire suppression repair goes. So that's really what's been going on. Things are starting to wind down. Resources are starting to time out, and we're starting to get right-sized as far as what we need to complete or get close to completion of the fire suppression repair that we're doing. As far as the sequoias go, there's been a lot of work done in the sequoia groves with we have a sequoia group, and they've done a lot of work, and we're about finished up with that. So that's really good news as well. They were able to go in and put some of those large sequoia trees out. So that's been a really good mission for those folks. So with that said, I hope you all have a good day, and we'll talk to you later.
Oh wait, that was it? Oh. What? That was it? Okay, I'm in the kitchen still. Really? Crews are starting to time out, and they're getting smaller, and that's good somehow. I know that they've got a higher containment percentage than the KNP, but Okay. I guess things are going as well as could be expected. We could check the wildfire cams. Just kind of really hoping that we get a more comprehensive update than that. Let's go check on our old friend Tobias Peak. I've missed you, Tobias Peak. And oh, Buckrock looks cool right now, though. Whoa. It's not looking at the fire, but let's do Buckrock too, Cam. Isn't that refreshing? 12-hour. What the heck was that? Oh, is that the seizure warning, guys? Just keeps flashing. Is that aluminum foil stuff flapping in front of the camera? In the wind? I mean, those were some crows, and birds on the cam are always, you know, a good luck thing. There's still seizure-inducing flashes, I'm sorry. Anybody is sensitive. Civil disobedience training manuals, wow. So, Barbara, you're a spy and an instigator? Wow. Barbara, we've got to do lunch now. I should just tape my mouth shut and take notes. You've had an interesting experience, man. So, Shatner can't sing. Well, he can't act either, but it never stopped him. He's a poster child for you can do it. You can be successful. You just have to join a cult called Scientology or something. I'm kidding. I don't know if he was ever involved in that. Yeah, I would find that interesting. Oh my gosh. But, you know, I don't want to talk about it here. I'm not kidding. Oh. They still take the spy word seriously in Russia. Not going to get into that right now. But I'd love to go and film some of their ghost towns. Holy mackerel. So that's so refreshing to see that there's not gigantic flames in front of the cameras here anymore. When I saw Tobias Peak and checked on it and it was raining last week, that was so great. Now let's do, there's still hot spots all over the landscape, but let's just do a 12-hour. Let me go get the tea. Really? 2-minute update videos is not what the doctor ordered. My throat is sore already. I was hoping taking a week off from talking would be really good and restorative and it would be back to normal, but it just isn't. I just feel like I've tried to swallow an apple or something whole. A small apple, not like a huge one. And just begins to hurt after a bit. I kind of inquired if they were like voice training exercise to do. And most people just said, girl, you don't talk for 14 hours a day. Nobody does. Like, DJs have a 4-hour shift. And I was like, oh. Okay. Alright. So I don't know what to do about that. It held up pretty well for 80 days in a row. I guess I can research. I did soothe it with honey and such. I guess I could research more herbs that would be calming. Okay, you know what I have is some British tea here. I got some Tetleys. I don't have any milk. I got English black tea though. That's good stuff. More sugar. Yeah, definitely more sugar. Okay. A couple more teaspoons of that. Let's stir that. Alright, let's see. Yeah, still needs a little bit more sugar. Yeah. If you ever like sat down with me at a restaurant, I would be the girl that just asks the waiter, can you bring more sugar packets? And they just kind of frown at me. Like a lot more, please. And I pour myself the tiny Chinese restaurant cups of tea, put like 5 sugar packets in each one and down them like a shot and be like, Here we go. Orange Pico. I have a hummingbird's metabolism. You don't want me to freeze to death out there in the cold now, do you? Sugar is life. Sugar is life. Okay. I go back to the computer. Here we are. Okay. J Cat says, I have talked for 72 hours straight many times in ham radio contests. That sounds mildly sadistic. Or masochistic, actually. Or, well, sadistic, whoever the hell organized that. That's kind of like the streamers who try to stay awake for 5 days playing video games. That isn't good. You know, don't be awake for 72 hours, let alone talking the entire time. But then again, I'm the biggest hypocrite for just having said that. Oh, boy. Hey, I defend myself. It was an emergency. It was an emergency. And if at any point in time the government or the media had done what was required, I would have enjoyed a break. But here we are. I'm just hoping they do this eventually, so I can stop. Okay, let's go to 6-hour time lapse. Yeah. Wow, look at the headlights. They're actually going down a road down there. Sorry, I'm gonna cough. Sorry. Hey, Major, how are you? Welcome back. At least you can testify vocal cords. Can't do this a week through. Desiree Buckman says, is this an ASMR on how to make tea? Yeah. Oh, I can make it, so. Yeah, that's good. Taste that sugar. Wipe the lips like a barbarian with your finger and then rub it on your pants. I'm kidding. But I'm sure that sound is what ASMR videos would love to show. Like somebody get a microphone right next to somebody's pants and somebody rubs it. Apparently ASMR is a phenomenon where people get the tingles. Hair stands on the back of their arms and such if they hear certain sounds. And apparently my voice is one of them. If I do the ASMR mode of my voice, and I describe something like drinking a cup of tea, one that you could absolutely enjoy. But you're supposed to elicit reaction that some people have and some people don't. I'm not sure that I can experience the phenomenon. It's kind of unique. Haven't researched it a lot, but other people like ASMR videos just because they're all universally relaxing and soothing for the most part. I don't consider myself ASMR, but I do consider myself a connoisseur of sounds. Like, I just delight that certain sounds happen. I've just always been like that as a kid, like popping bubble wrap, you know, or like opening a can of soda and hearing that tingle and that little bubbles. I just put my ear to it and be like, yeah, that's cool. Okay. Going back to the chat, gargle with lemon juice for your throat. Huh. Yeah, that sounds brutal, though. Lemon juice I associate with agony after a paper cut. Is it painful? Because I'm slightly hesitant. Let's do just a simple 15-minute time lapse now of this. Now we have 15 minutes. No, it's 11:30. How did it become 11:38? It seems like just about 4 minutes ago I got up to take tea and it was 11:08. I do not keep track of time very well. Okay, let's look at, let's check in with other fires too. The McFarland and Monument and all those, excuse me, are not over. Wow, the Monument's at 94% containment though. They're in mop-up of smoldering steps, debris, and heavy equipment. The focus of their field work is that, plus repair of suppression lines, blah, 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 falling hazard trees, and blah, blah, blah. Yuck. You can see why mudslides become quite a serious, and landslides become quite a serious hazard after fires. That's a good illustrative picture. I'm glad that Weaverville and Junction City and Hayfork are still there. I don't know about you guys, but we were really worried. So there's an update for the 12th. Hi, doggy. Hardly brightened a day for a lot of firefighters on the river complex, which started on July 30th. We had a special visitor in camp today. What was yesterday? Harley, the therapy dog. I can see why this dog is very good at therapy. I mean, that funny face just cured my depression right there. Okay. River complex fire update was released today. Smoke activity increases and fire suppression repair continues. The weather brought colder morning temps to the river complex fire area. After the front passed, oh shoot, I should update my thing that we're talking about the river real quick. Hang on. I try to make this like a handy guide so people can go forward and back. River complex update. There we go. After the front passed, the warmer temperatures and lower relative humidity were experienced during the burning period. Sorry, this is a tiny font. Light rain is possible for the fire area. Interagency hotshot crews have been assigned to the Sugar Pine and Minnehaha Creek areas to monitor activity and seize opportunities to take direct suppression actions. A total of 5 helicopters are working in the area, tasked with both water dropping and backhaul missions as weather allows. Pack strings are supporting crews working on suppression repair in the Trinity Alps Wilderness area. Does that mean pack mules? Pack strings? Monitoring continues as fire activity decreases and suppression repair activities progress, with focus being on the Cronin fire area. Total acreage of the river complex is 199,228 acres. Containment 89%. There's 405 personnel, 11 hand crews, 6 helicopters, 6 engines, 9 dozers, 7 water tenders, 1 masticator, and 1 skid steer. Take a drink. Masticator. Take a shot of milk. We love new technology for our new era. Property damage assessment. For questions or info regarding that, call Trinity County Office of Emergency Services or Siskiyou County. Shasta Trinity National Forest is closed through November 15th. Klamath National Forest closure is effective from the 10th of September through the 20th of October. For more info, please visit Shasta Trinity National Forest and Klamath National Forest Facebook pages or their official website to check on info. Great, the wet season's almost here. Here's a Forest Service news release. Out of Redding, Weaverville Community Forest Fuels Reduction. The Shasta Trinity National Forest Trinity River Management Unit, in partnership with the Watershed Research and Training Center, WRTC, has begun work on the Moon Leaf Fuels Reduction Project within the Weaverville Community Forest, WCF. So the WRTC is working in the WCF on a WCFFR, which is a Weaverville Community Forest Fuel Reduction Project. Contact crews have also re-engaged in fuels management work with WCF, which is the Weaverville Community Forest. The goals of the project are to reduce the risk of wildfire to infrastructure, homes, and habitat. Additionally, firefighters are creating areas where they can more effectively engage and suppress fires with the intent of protecting the communities and public. Cool. That's what we should be doing proactively, not reactively. The masticated area in the picture below will be used as a control line, prescribed fire operations planned for this spring. Yeah, masticated. Take another drink. Now, we are enthusiastic about masticators because they represent new technology that will make everything about firefighting easier as they adopt more of them. More info regarding the future prescribed burning will be provided to local media outlets. Blah, 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 blah here. Blah, 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 blah. Cool. So I can't really enlarge these photos. But a masticator is a buzz saw at the end of a tractor's arm that will make short work of a tree, turn it into wood chips in no time. Or a log, or a bunch of bushes, or something dead. And a bunch of wood chips burning on the ground is completely different fire than a 50-foot tall leaning snag which would crush a crew. It's best to hit it with a masticator first. Dealing with a bunch of wood sawdust on the ground is a lot easier. I have a very small kind of a fire with 4-foot flames rather than 75-foot tall flames. And high winds would completely blanket a road and make them leave their post. Now, dozers used to do this work by pushing down a tree, and then you'd just have a dead tree on the ground, and that would burn. It would be better, but it still burns and keeps fire in the landscape for weeks. But mastication, you're basically fast-tracking Mother Nature's plan to turn a dead tree into soil. You're fertilizing the land, and if the little wood chips burn, it's not really a huge threat to a roadside or a fire line. In fact, that would make excellent fertilizer if it did burn, and it would be a lot less hazardous, and et cetera, et cetera. So that's why we love masticators. They're also the funnest machines on earth to look at. They're just kind of incredible. Oh, here's a monument fire update, but that was 10 hours ago. I'm going to play it anyway.
Good morning. So for the situational update this morning, I'll run around the map really quick. There's a lot of suppression repair and rehab effort that's taking place throughout the entirety of the fire ground. So the entire project, suppression repair, rehab, backhaul, we're bringing equipment back to supply, we're hauling back the trash. Lots and lots of good work effort out there. We continue with hazard tree mitigation. And so the big bulk of the hazard tree mitigation is taking place just out of Big Bar. As we come up and make our way up to the 60 road, we are putting a lot of effort in getting that piece cleared and making our way down to Soldier Creek Road, and then from Junction City, working our way back across Soldier Creek, and then we'll be making our way down the Big Creek Road. So the tree effort, the hazard tree mitigation effort, is taking place right through this section on Soldier Creek, and then we'll be turning our efforts down Big Creek. Again, suppression repair efforts are continuing to take place throughout the fire ground. Trinity Village, large suppression repair efforts taking place up there. Off on Founders Bench, suppression repair efforts continue and will continue for the next couple of days. As we come around into the Hoboken area, crews continue to shore up and improve all the containment lines, all the good work that has taken place up in there. No fire spread, there's been no threat to the line. We're finding very little heat, and again, none threatening the line. Back down into just below Trinity Village, we are going to close that up likely today. So you should see black on the map this evening, and we'll be able to get that piece closed up. Coming around to Division Lima and Union, Hobo and Rock Gulch, we have completed the suppression efforts up in those locations. We continue with suppression efforts just out of Junction City, along Dutch Creek, and again out onto the Soldier Creek Loop. So those continue as well. Down in the Hay Fork area, lots and lots of suppression area repair will continue. The rehab and suppression repair will continue down there. They've been doing a lot of good work. It is spread out throughout the entire southern portion of the fire, down off High and Palm Road, up into Grassy Flats, and at the 717 Bar Ranch. All right, so for today's work assignments, nothing in the overhead has changed. So overhead remains the same. We will continue with the same structure, 2 branches. Branch 1, the entire west side of the fire will be filled with Bill Sandborg. In branch 1, we'll start up there with Ida Kilo. In Ida Kilo, we have Sal Torres and Anthony Raposa. Again, they're continuing with suppression repair efforts, putting a lot of effort out in the Founders Bench area. Again, up near Hoboken to close that gap and get containment line completed from Hoboken out to Big Mountain. They finished the Denny Road area, so the suppression repair up in Denny is completed. And as we make our way around into branch 2, Lima Union, we have Abdul Pula. Sean Snyder's last workday was yesterday, and he has headed home. Thank you, Sean, for your work out there. We also have Jason Walker as the trainee. They will continue with their efforts. Again, most of the work up in the Hobo Gulch and Rock Gulch area has been completed. They've made their way down into Junction City, and a lot of the work will be concentrated on Dutch Creek, Oregon Mountain, and the Soldier Creek Loop. They will continue with hazard tree mitigation as well as they push their way in and make their way out to Big Creek Road. Making our way down around to the south of the fire, the overhead remains the same. We have Ty Irwin with Matt Weston as the trainee. Again, lots of suppression repair effort. They have done a lot of hazard tree mitigation work on the High and Palm Road structure, and they're getting close to completing that effort. They will continue with their efforts out in the Grassy Flats area, up in Gates Mountain, and the Bar 717 Ranch area as well. So a lot of good work. I really want to thank the folks out there for all the efforts that they've been putting in. The Reeds have been fantastic. They continue to work with our resources in the field. We're getting a lot of good input and a lot of good completion on the map. Expect to see more of that this evening. Thank you. I passed up on Division Golf. Sorry about that. So out in Division Golf, we will continue to have Mike O'Brien. In Division Golf, they're working their way down towards the Underwood Mountain area. We did get some resource fills. We were able to get a little bit of resource help as it comes off the knob fire, and we are plugging those into the Division Golf area. So we'll continue to work in Big Ranch and Underwood Mountain. Thank you. Have a great day.
You have a great day, firefighters. Oh, okay. What is with this autoplay? I turned that off. It's about to play I'm Henry VIII I Am. What? Why? Facebook, why is this happening? I can't make this up.
From Manchester, England, Peter Herman Moon, Derek Lockenby, Paul Gill, Keith Hopwood, and Barry Shipman, who are Herman Hermit. Thank you!
Okay, no, I'm not playing that song. That'll be in my head forever. But that is what just started auto-playing after a fire meeting. Facebook, what the heck do you think I'm about? I'm going to interpret this as a derailing attempt by unknown forces. They would rather me go insane. Having this song in my head is the best way to accomplish this. If you are too young to know about the I'm Henry VIII I Am song, do not Google it. It's a tar pit trap. Do not. They have really cool Beatle haircuts. They have really sweet, Gibson guitars, but they are fake. They are fake Beatles, and they are there to torment you with I'm Henry VIII I Am song. You will have it in your head. It will not leave your head until 18.5 years have passed. And the moment that it leaves your head, probably because you found the next big thing, the next big kind of Beatlesque kind of thing, like either the Oasis or something like that, or, you know, like a similar group. By the time that you find the next big thing, well, the very next morning when you wake up, some idiot will have that as their ringtone at the coffee bar. It'll be back in your head and there to stay for the next 19.5 years. I'm not exaggerating. It has led to many, many ruined lives. It is the #1 menace. That song is the #1 menace that threatens youth today. I mean, you could take up a number of bad habits. Just never to listen to that song. Ever. Never. Okay. Well, that's cool. However, I don't see the chicken wire. Do you guys? Cabins wrapped in fireproof material to help them. As K-Doc was explaining, you have to secure this stuff against the very high winds of a fire as it approaches with either chicken wire or at least a staple gun, because it keeps blowing off the buildings. In fact, what was that time lapse that I absentmindedly forgot about? Where I was warning people about the flashes and the weird. Oh gosh, which tab was that? Yeah, I time lapsed something, and I was thinking that's got to be the flapping of the. Well, did it go away? Dang it! Guess I have to redo it. Yeah, it's Buckrock 2. Remember seizure warning. I feel like that flashing in front of the screen is more of this protective wrap that they don't secure. It keeps ripping right off of the historic buildings, and they keep burning to the ground, or nearly doing so. And because it comes right off in the wind. First Dire Mountain lookout at the Dixie fire, we saw it rip off the building. And they knew about it and just kind of ignored it afterwards. They just sort of shrugged, which was all kinds of upsetting. Then we lost the wooden fire lookout by Lassen, which was a stone building that somehow was lost to fire. Then the lookout north of Tobias Peak was lost to fire. Then Tobias Peak was wrapped like this, and we watched live, 3 weeks ago, as it ripped right off and flapped around in front of the camera, and the embers landed on the roof, on the wooden roof. Yeah, that was a fun day. And here on the Buckrock 2 lookout, this is a wooden tower lookout. We apparently have the same phenomenon happening again. Okay, it's safe to watch again if you have seizures. Yeah, see? I'm willing to bet that's aluminum wrap flapping right in front of the camera. What do you guys think? Here's the first frame. Here's the wrap. And then it's clear again. A couple more frames. And yeah, only one thing that could really be. Yeah. Okay. I think that we should have a fake fundraiser just to illustrate the point, to give every single fire lookout tower a staple gun. Because why did you bother in the first place if it's going to flap around in the wind? You know, it's kind of like the idea of filling a paper bucket with water, like the KFC bucket of chicken. Oh, it'll hold water. Not for long, buddy. Not for long. Hey, there's a bird. Is that a swallow? Or a falcon, actually. That kind of has the profile of a swift-moving falcon. That's pretty cool. I'm going to screenshot that for the bird collection. I'm also going to screenshot this for the embarrassing aluminum flapping foil collection. I'm going to go back a few frames. Click, 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 click. There we go. Picture perfect. Now that's a nice sunset. Wow. Aerosol pollution is, well, at least it's beautiful. Now there's still pretty large hot spots visible from Buck Rock 2. This is the K&P complex looking to the south. I'm not going to animate it because it does the strobing effect again. This is pretty mild fire activity. Remember how bad it was and how scary it was just recently. Yeah, just settling under, it's tucked in under its little smoke blanket, just chilling. Now we got a lovely image of the moon's reflection off the ocean of the Alizal. I'm going to screw that up forever. Okay, guys, last call. Which fires do we want to look at? Because my voice is failing and I better respect it. Smitty says a swallow, I bet. Tail's too short and not fan enough to be a falcon. A swallow has a V-tail. Come to think of it. Where is it? Okay. Sorry, there might be kind of a strobe effect. I'm going to try to find that bird again. There's one sitting right there. Perched up high, looking around like a falcon. Let's take a screenshot of that and then blow it up. Okay. It's out of the next frame. It's back. It's back in that one. Okay, here's it in a different pose. We can kind of get a body shape idea. It looks yellow-bellied, black-hooded, dark-hooded and dark wings. That looks very falcon-esque to me. There's a large soaring bird right there, exceptionally large. That's a big one. Probably a exceptionally large vulture. Here's our falcon-esque thing sitting on the tree again. I didn't even notice him the first time. Or her. I think I lost the screenshot of the bird in flight. I went too far. Okay, let's go back. Sorry. There's almost a strobe effect still. Sorry. It's not over. Do I click up? There it is. See? That's very falcon-like, that body. I'm going to put money on a falcon. Okay, an African swallow or a European swallow or a barn swallow, huh? Okay. It's the bird isn't large enough to be an eagle sitting at the top of the tree like that. Where did I see the animal flying? Just clicking. Oh, there it is. Okay. I don't think that's a split tail. But it sure is a big wingspan. Moments later, does the falcon sit on the tree? No, we're going a couple minutes ahead and we see nothing in the tree. It's quite a bit later. There it is. But you know, they're territorial. It's not like they're going to share their territory unless they have to. It's like the really much bigger bird that was there. So, okay, Barbara says, Big Al, I would pester my dad about his military work. He would say, a lot of paperwork. If pestered, he would repeat his name, rank, and serial number. Then he would not say anything else. Oh, that's classic. That's classic. Okay, guys, let's look at my screenshots I just took, and we can blow those up. And we'll figure out if this is a falcon. We'll get to the bottom of this mystery. Now, this is kind of a last call for fire info. Look, that is a very Maltese falcon looking statue type thing right there. Wow, peregrine-esque. Here's let's go to the next screenshot. And they created, okay. And that's gotta be an exceptionally large eagle or vulture or condor. It's, very big. All right. It's puffed out, but you know how falcons do that. They get all insulted and they puff out their chest. That's how I'm going to interpret it. Body shape. Aluminum. I think it's a falcon. Yeah, I'm going with it. Can't pry me away from my ideas. Okay. Desiree, Big Al says Desiree was wondering if anybody would get that. What were you talking about? Desiree says, Big Dog, I think the last riff we were going to get was that Smokey and the Beaver Mafia were working on ways to distill it into spirits. Oh, God. Oh, my God. What, the bear urine? Oh, man. Did that, Big Al, did you ever make that bear urine a drink for the bar that you bartend at? Is that what you said you were going to do? Because you better hop on that before somebody else patents it. You know, first person to put it on YouTube is the discoverer of a new drink mix. You know that. I'm sure it has to be a yellow colored whiskey or something, but you could. I have faith in you. You know, to start that one. Make it a national trend, you know, for 15 minutes. Big Dog says, I got $4 on me. Yeah. I loved your joke earlier. I was going to read it out loud and got distracted about how the drone hovering above my house is not Amazon delivery. It's delivering your hugs. Aw. That's awesome. Where did Big Daddy go? He went on Twitter to give me hugs, which is awesome. Yeah. It's like 3-dimensional hugs. Because you're a dimension, Big Daddy's a dimension, and I'm the 3rd dimension. I think that's the way that works. Yeah, you'd like a daily double on fire suppression repair. I'm going to miss the horse race caller guy. Yeah, he's great. Barbercone says, my dad and family were at Fort Meade before my birth in the late 50s. I was born in 64. Really? So you missed the Beatles invasion thing? You were a wee baby? Well, maybe your parents showed you Ed Sullivan's show. He was observing East Germany. We returned to Fort Meade in 67. Yeah, Smitty said we lost the gin mill. We did. And Seneca, basically, and Rich Bar. I should do voiceovers? Voiceovers of what? What kind of voiceover? Yes, I did come up with that. Okay, so what did you come up from? It was from the Holy Grail? Okay. I don't remember. Don't tell anyone anything, Trinity. I'm still scrolling up to catch up on chat. Let's get our color picture of the Elizal, whatever, you know, the fire. It's really calm as far as this tower's image goes. Fire's over there to the right. That's the moon's reflection. And those are building lights down there nestled in, I want to say that's where the oil stuff is, but I'm not familiar enough with the landscape. The oil facilities, which we hope don't have oil in them right now, are supposedly decommissioned. Right. Let's go back to our... We have no aircraft doing surveillance. It might have been really quick and easy to do. That one aircraft that we saw may have just been running around and done with it. Looking at other fires, I don't see aircraft on those. The heck is that call sign? Grizzly 67? A Boeing C-17A Globe Master 3. Grizzly 67. Golf Romeo Zulu Lima. What's Y again? What's Y? Golf Romeo Zulu Lima. I'm going to say yellow. That's not right, but I'm just going to say yellow. Big Dog says the bear urine has taken a life of its own. I can't even take responsibility for that. I was just tipped into the phenomenon of the meme. Hey, John Stoker says, hi, howdy, beautiful people. I have to confess, I've been lurking yesterday and tonight, been sleeping off and on without the mindset or energy to chat. Peace and love to you all and your loved ones. Well, I'm glad that you're still around and tuned in, John. Just take it easy. Enjoy your rest between the crises that happens. What's Y in pilot speak? I know it's Golf Romeo Zulu Lima. Yankee, that's it. Golf Romeo Zulu Lima Yankee. You're clear to 1200. Oh yeah, you're clear to flight level 120. That's right. They always say like 120. Flight level 120. So that would be 1200 feet, right? No, that would be 12,000. Sorry, I don't know my plane stuff. I'm working on the new comedy routine, which will be me being air traffic control, telling the firefighting aircraft to expedite climb when they do stuff like run aground in Flight Radar 24. All of these planes, you know how we were talking about the passengers seeing the fire out of the window? I was on Twitter and a bunch of them were showing their pictures. The problem is I can't show you because they're copyrighted and such. But this I found kind of staggering. How history repeats itself. This is Santa Barbara in the autumn of 1795 by artist Russell A. Ruiz, who lived from 1925 to 88. Deja vu. I guess Santa Barbara was a little trading post fort thing. Was it a true mission? I don't remember that. But it wouldn't surprise me. That kind of looks like a mission over there to the left. And that reminds me of the famous song quote, "Avalanches above, business continues below." Which is from Frontier Psychiatrist. So, some things on Twitter I can show you guys. Especially things like that. Let's see if there's anything else that I can show. Wow, there's a raging... it's a good example of the raging sage kind of a fire. The flame height is 15 feet to 20 with a little... I'll just retweet this. Now my Twitter is at @Wildfires, and link is in the description of the video. What I can't show you, I can retweet at least, and you can see it there. But be warned, there is brutal stuff. Fire, big flames, sometimes destruction. If you're fire sensitive, PTSD. That you should keep that in mind. That my Twitter is just kind of repeating everything that's pertinent, including scenes of devastation. So that's just be forewarned about that. So I'm gonna retweet a few things like where the heck. Of course, the thing that I was just on, when I hit the retweet button, it said log in and it's gone. But I'm scrolling down to take a look at it. Oh, this I can show you. That's a good one. Oh yeah, anything that CAL FIRE gives us. Wait, that. It did it again. I moved the window and it refreshed it and it's gone when I was about to show you. What? Dang it. Okay, let's try this again. This is frustrating. There's also the drone. Live tracking of the drone. Yeah, it's not aloft right now. Okay, sorry, let me get back to it. Anything that is a work of the government, I can show. That would be CAL FIRE, any other agency similar. Here, like Los Padres National Forest. Whoa. Montecito Fire. It shows the powerful sundowners. Okay, I'm retweeting that as well. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's a good thing to show you guys. Dang. Look at his shirt flapping around like a sail. Eliza Fire, powerful sundowners at 5:15 Monday near Gaviota, where Montecito firefighters on our Type 6 engine were assigned. Strong winds continue to ground the fixed wings. Well, that was Monday, of course. Please take the time to review your wildfire action plan. Which, they have a link. But look at that. He has to hold on his helmet. I guess the chin strap is malfunctional. Dang. I must say, though, he's kind of ripped. That shirt is kind of molding against his body. He's like, dang, do you lift? Probably. Okay. So that's one of the things I could show. Where's the airplane that I just was looking at? There's pictures of the traffic jam around 101 that had occurred. Scrolling. Let's look at our cams. Current view. Scroll. Whoa. Oh, man. The fire burned right underneath the railroad bridge. That was posted 10 hours ago, so that would have been Monday, I think. It has concrete footings and steel beams, so good. Otherwise, it would have been toast. Okay. I'm going to retweet a couple other good photos that are private. Copyrighted. Alright. I lost it, guys. I have to go check for... It was CAL FIRE, a different southern unit. Scrolling. I do wish they would change the bug that moving the window to another monitor hits an automatic refresh. Whoa. 3 hours ago? This was the big rig issue on the Elizal fire, and the story behind the rescue by an off-duty fire chief from Guadalupe is on News Channel 312. Whoa. Santa Barbara County scanner for the 11th was a big rig is on fire in the middle of the roadway. Whoa. I didn't know about that. The 11th, yeah, I went live. Yes, well, it's the 14th. It's after midnight, so I may have heard that on the scanner, but I didn't realize it was a big rig. Yeah, SoCal Air Ops has a video, but that's not what I was looking for. Hang on, I'm finding it. Heck, it's not gonna work. Whoa, guys, 1 minute ago, public safety alert. We're getting the phone alert for the Hollister Ranch evacuation warning. Remember, an evacuation order means leave immediately. A warning means you should be ready to leave right away in the event it becomes an order. Is this real? I'm retweeting it. All properties within the Hollister Ranch area. Vegetation fire. Be prepared to leave. Evacuation center is open at DP High School. 7266 Alameda Avenue in Goleta. Is that something real that's going on? Let me look back at chat. Sorry. I had the chat window closed. Elizal. It really is. Somebody said Elizal in one of the videos, and I thought that was real. So it's really Elizal? Okay. Right. J.E. Cat says I was there till yesterday, had to drop the Chan, had too many windows open. Yeah. That's what happens. Big Al says the bear urine drink is called the Bear Pea Teeny. It's huckleberry vodka, Galliano, club soda, and an A151 floater and a tea bag garnish. You take a sip, light it on fire, knock it over, and leave the bar. Be sure to put your hoodie on as the people shout behind you to stop. Oh, and then get stuck in the parking lot and have to be rescued from it. That would complete the bear urine teeny. The bear pea teeny. Yeah. Wow, Big Al, you win the prize. You win the prize for tonight. For lifting the spirits. Oh my God. Incorrigible. Make a video of you making it, then I will link it to us. Okay, guys. Did you guys get the public safety alert? All properties within Hollister Ranch area. Vegetation fire. That's 3 minutes ago. Let's see where Hollister Ranch is. On the shore to the west, if this is to be believed. Yeah, the Forest Service map ends there. We'll have to go to scan topos. Agua caliente, that really means hot water. The creek is called Agua Caliente. Oh, Canada del Agua Caliente. Oh, Cañada. Sorry, I didn't see the thing. Okay. The Canyon of Hot Water. Okay. I'm learning Spanish. On Fire Street. Very, very bad Spanish. Okay. I don't see that it says Hollister Ranch. Sometimes if you switch maps, then it'll go and there's an aha moment. Like scan topos. I think we may have to resort to Google here. I thought we had Google Maps open. I don't recall closing it. This happens the moment I say I'm going to go to bed. Whoops, wrong. The road. Just west of Gaviota Beach and the state park. Okay. There's Gaviota Beach. So a warning has just been issued. Apparently we should look and try to verify this with the sheriff's office of Santa Barbara, but it's not like they were very good at updating their Facebook page yesterday. Yeah, they haven't updated it yet. Okay, so let's just go to, maybe, do they have a link to their own website? Okay, there's their Twitter. Lompoc man arrested for attempted murder on the 12th. Okay. But, and here's stuff on the 12th. I can't confirm this. It was just a tweet by somebody on Twitter when I hit the latest like that. Hey, it didn't refresh. Ooh, it didn't refresh. But you see that? Now we're getting the phone alert for the Hollister Ranch evacuation warning. Remember, an evacuation order means leave immediately. A warning means that you need to be ready to leave right away. So, readysbc.org. Let's take a look at it. I forgot that was a thing. readysbc.org. Sign up for alerts. If we can't reach you, we can't alert you. Is that code red? Sign up, plan, and understand. Okay. But do you have to sign up? You'd think that they would just... Current emergency. Alazal fire. Espanol evacuation map. Evacuation info. 10:13, 11:45 p.m. for the area west of Arroyo Hondo. To intersection of 101 and 1, including Vista Del Mar School, Gaviota Beach. Evacuation order is still in effect for Arroyo Hondo Canyon, Refugio Canyon, and the area between El Capitan Beach State Park and West Camino Silo. Please leave the area immediately. A warning. Updated 11:45 p.m. Additional warnings for all properties within the Hollister Ranch area. Warnings still in effect for the area east of El Capitan. Be prepared to leave at a moment's notice. So, yeah, that was 11:45, and you would think the sheriff's office would put that on their site. There are great hot springs in there, Barbara says. Ooh, cool. Did the internet just burp, guys? Oh, please not again. I just got a notice that said that the stream reconnected with YouTube. It's back in the green, but it flashed red there. Just hit refresh if there's some sort of a weird buffering. Desiree says, like the skit comedy, what if everybody only learned 8th grade Spanish? Quejora S. I have no idea what that means. Did you just make me say something bad? If you did, I don't like it. I gotta quit that habit, or people are gonna trick me. So let's go back up. Desiree says, I feel she's going to be more of a footnote to history. I wonder if someday, someone will write a book about our little blonde friend from Redding, California. Yeah, I don't know. The bear urine thing just might bring immortality. Can't make it up. It's a meme for the ages. That's sad that places to the west are now being evacuated. Let's look at Windy. Evaluate the offshore situation. Okay, I completely screwed this up. Somebody was telling me where where the pressure button was. I have no idea. It's not alphabetical. Oh my God, there it is. Okay, imagine that. Okay, so Friday. Let's go back to Thursday. It's now Thursday after midnight. So this is current. And wind gusts. That's wind gusts. Remember, red is 45 and 50 miles an hour. That's what the pink is. The oranges are just below that in the 30-ish miles an hour, 35, but they have 50 mile an hour gusts throughout the night, just like the weather lady said, which is complicating things. So when does the wind shift directions? Plant the flag. I don't see a significant, I mean, as far as the forecast goes on windy, a push from the east to the west, but I bet they're not that confident about this forecast due to the fact that the Santa Anas come in to the county next door in due time, like so. So I could see they're concerned about anything to the west. When these Santa Anas come in, I've already forgotten because of the, I think it's Friday. It's been a little bit since we watched that, the news channel thing. So it could just be that it's flanking that way. Flanking is if the head of the fire is like north or south, and flanking is going out the sides. North and south would be wind directions. You'd have more activity on each end of the fire when it's wind driven, north or south. And then the flanks, it doesn't really have the crazy wind gusts to propel it, but it will just spread, just like fire just spreads. Vegetation touching vegetation. The occasional wind gust going against, occasionally a wind gust will kick out to the sides. But it's a slower rate of spread, but it is inexorable. As long as there's a trail of food for the fire to consume, east or west, it will spread out those directions unless they can stop it with retardant or something. So that is our breaking news situation with the latest in evacuation info, which is in extremely fine print at the bottom of a county's emergency page. Right at the top here, they're talking about the orders, but I'm distressed that it's really hidden down here from the average viewer, even from me. If that person didn't tweet that, I wouldn't have known. And I was just looking at Twitter trying to find a really cool video of an airplane dropping retardant for you guys. So I'm going to put that in the ticker for evacuation info and let that roll a little bit. I do kind of want to wrap up the stream, but I want to let that be seen. I have to type in the it's going to take a while for me to type this. Let's put it back on video mode. Let's look at the wind and see if it's changing. So this is 11:45 p.m. New. Evacuation warning. All properties in Hollister Ranch area. Warning still in effect for east of El Capitan Beach State Park, west of Dos Pueblos Canyon Road, and south of West Camino Zero. And for the areas east of Cali Mariposa, Reina, west of Arroyo Hondo, and south of West Camino Zero. Be prepared to leave the boats. Notice okay. Let's see if this looks good. Oh, it's tiny. Why is it tiny? Why is the font tiny? I think it gets smaller if I have more words. Still don't know why this is done this way in this program. Oh wait, now it's big. And it's cut off. What happened? What? Is there an undo button? Because what just happened? Okay. Is that big enough to read? Maui says the Hollister Ranch is pretty much in the clear, as is above the Gaviota Pass. Goleta is the next urban interface to be threatened. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, I trust you being a local. Let's look at the map. Goleta. Is it already evacuated? Oops. What I meant to do. That didn't. Over here? That's Isla Vista. I don't think it took us to the correct spot. I thought Goleta was a small thing. Yeah, what? Where? That's La Cruz or La Cruces. I have no idea how to say that. Did I spell it correctly? Yeah, that evacuation order is something from earlier today, correct, Alan? Going up to the chat. Smitty says it didn't burp from 2,000 miles away. That scared me. It said reconnecting to streaming software and YouTube. I was like, what? So it's usually a precursor message to me finding out I'm talking to myself because I'm offline. Gaviota Beach, water tanks, oil refinery, Vista Del Mar School. Hopefully this is all okay. That's brutal. Okay, let's look back at just do a time lapse again and look at our winds. Let's do the wind check. Yeah, they got some super gusts causing those flare-ups. There's a lot of activity of first responders going down this road. You see the headlights going like this. So they're out there, they're fighting it. Okay, going back to chat. The Hollister Ranch clear. Yes, I can read it. Okay, good. It's from a TV show. Quehora S means what time is it? And the joke was a bunch of actors in a Mexican soap opera didn't know enough Spanish to actually do their lines, so they said that. What the heck? Oh, okay. Golita. Oh, it's Golita. Okay, that sounds better. And chaparral is bad news. Yeah, that's pretty much what all this is. Smitty, though, that's not an urgent order as far as I know of it, unless I read something wrong. Oh. You mean that wasn't from earlier? Oh dear, okay, so we have to go double evacuation info. That, I'm so sorry, thank you for catching that for me. I'm just on the brink of being incredibly tired. So the red scroll message, I can change that one. 11:45 p.m. Mandatory evac. New mandatory evac order. Go now. That area west of this area. Okay, thank you for catching that. That's why I love you guys. Okay. Area west of Arroyo Hondo to Crossroads, Highway 101, and includes Summer School, Caviota Beach, EVAC. Order still for Arroyo Hondo Canyon, Refugio Canyon, and area between El Capitan Beach State Park and West Quiniosio. Alright, I have to write this a certain way so that we have fewer words, and that makes the text larger. I have see there's too many words in the blue one, and it scales the text down. Therefore, I do stuff like I try to make shorten words like intersection becomes X roads, blah blah blah. Okay. All right. Is this better? I bet I could summarize that a little bit better. Just say evacuation warnings. That would reduce the amount of text and make them readable. Old warnings. Older warnings. Hope that. Okay, I think that's better. I can't manually change the size. It auto scales, and it's just the stupid nature of this program. It's just not very good. It's the free streaming software, so I should upgrade for sure. But I don't want to change software because I'd have to learn a new thing right now. But this is what the stream is about. When the public is supposed to randomly see this tiny fine print in the website. It's good they have the website, but it's below all these random buttons like the agricultural info button, the road closure button, an air quality button. You would think the evacuation orders that just went down the pipe would be at the top. Hopefully scrolling across, kind of like what my channel is doing. Sorry, I have to scale things differently. Let me fix this so that we can. Oh no, not like that. Okay. Now this kind of makes the rest of the program tiny, but I think you can still see what's going on. Okay. Yeah, if people don't do social media, I swear they're screwed. That's, excuse my language, but that's what's depressing. There should just be one website with all the information for wildfire evacuation that you need. I don't know why that none of them exist. Okay. Maui says Isla Vista and Goleta are pretty much connected. The next canyons are El Capitan, then Dos Pueblos, then Winchester, then Stork, and then Goleta Urban. Okay. So we've got currently a north wind blowing it out to sea again, but 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. winds go to a mostly dead calm but switch directions tomorrow at 11 a.m. from southwest to northeast. A southwest wind pushes the fire theoretically to the northeast. So if I get you right, your point about the historical fires was they went like this over the ridges and then did this to attack Santa Barbara. Is that what happened in the previous fires? I just, I'm hoping not. The more east you go, the more likely they've got the ability to cut it off because they have a whole lot of roads further to the east than out here in the west. Now he says follow the 101 freeway south from El Capitan State Park towards Santa Barbara. That's where the prevailing wind direction blows as the wind blows down the coast. Okay. And around 11 in the morning we'll see what happens with it. But for now, it's almost 1 in the morning and I need to get to sleep. So, yeah, and some people don't have a computer. Exactly. Or like anything but dial-up internet. Where they're, and a lot of the old timers don't have a cell phone. But at least they could get online, you know, if somebody, a family member could for them. Almost everybody at least knows somebody with a computer, but that family member can't be searching for 6 hours to find where the evacuation information is and refresh the page every half hour to see if there's been a change, and then pick up the phone and call everybody they know without internet service. That's just not practical or reasonable. And I'm pretty upset that this new evacuation order just happened at after 11 p.m. Rural people go to sleep at like 8:30 or 9. If they already knew the forecast and they already knew by 5 p.m. like the way things are going, why not tell people at 5 p.m. before they go to sleep? You have until 5 p.m. until midnight when this came down the pipe to gather your things and get ready. This just went boom. They're going to be woken around midnight by a knock on the door because they weren't given a heads up. Can you imagine all those hours that you can round up your livestock or get your pets or prepare and get some heirlooms going? Call a friend to help you bring another car and you save another carload of your stuff. And you're robbed of that because they tell you way too late. I would just be absolutely furious. I don't get it. I don't get the reasoning. Then that puts a huge burden on law enforcement to go to everybody's door in the middle of the night. Yeah, okay. Somebody says go to sleep. I can be here till at least 7, and if you need me to. I'm not leaving it on though. I'm not at a point where I can do that. Not yet. There's still cleanup to be done in the living room, so that wouldn't really matter. J. Cat says the wind shifted now from north and is gusting at over 30 miles an hour. From the north? You mean it is a north wind, as Wendy is showing, or it isn't? I heard it was going to be 50 miles an hour, so let's do a time lapse of 3 hours and look at it. But this isn't out of line with the forecast. That's what my point is they knew about this. That was like 7 o'clock news or 5 o'clock news that we just saw with the forecast. Why would you do midnight evacuations if you know that's coming down the pipe? It's been a north wind most of the day and yesterday, though. That's what was so fortunate, is it's blowing the fire towards the ocean and limiting its northern spread. We've had 2 days of good fortune. I mean, it's high winds, but it's been out of the north, blowing it towards the ocean. It would have been ripped through several towns by now if it had been the opposite direction. Yeah, Desiree, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's like you have to have Twitter. You have to have Twitter, or you're not gonna be okay. Okay, guys, it's time for me to do a thing where I add a folder to the favorites bar and call it the new fire, so I don't forget this stuff in the morning. So we have Cam. We've got the SBC, Santa Barbara County website. The bookmark. We have, let's see, what is the other information? The Twitter page. Here's the sheriff's office, which is good for nothing. They just update it every once in a while that they feel like, I guess. I am not very happy with that. They're talking about a murder and such. Okay, what about the people that need evacuation info? Are you ever going to update that? I guess I'll follow you. I'm not happy about you. Does the sbsheriff.org page even have any evacuation info that you can find in a pinch? That guy looks cool, by the way. I think I've seen him somewhere. He reminds me of one of my favorite actors from MacGyver. That dude was cool. He was like MacGyver's sidekick. I think he later went blind from diabetes or something. I can't remember his name. Dang, that is sweet. But why is this what's scrolling past instead of the evacuation info? That should be scrolling at the very top. How deep do you have to dig to find what you need? Emergency notifications? Okay. Let's see how this just sucks. If you have to dig for the info, that's seconds count. The number one way you can have people cooperate during a fire situation is to give them the info they need, like right away. gratitude. That's how you get gratitude instead of attitude. So that this is useless as well, but I guess I'll put it as a relevant link. Looks like the Twitter is going to be our go-to. Twitter EVAC info. Now this is what I have to retweet. Yeah, Smitty, thanks for volunteering, but I don't think that the internet's going to be stable, or the power situation. Let's get all notifications on here. Where do I retweet evacuation order? Okay. I just got my hard drive. It arrived today. It's not really a hard drive, it's in solid state, but I need to start preparing the computer for complete reinstallation of Windows. I would like to do that as soon as I can to have a much more stable computer and faster one. I'm running out of drive space like crazy. Smitty says, see if the county fire has a site. Their chief makes more public statements. It's a good idea. Let's go to Santa Barbara County Fire. That's a good idea. Okay. There's the county of Santa Barbara. Where's the fire station? In Santa Barbara Independent. The county. Department. There. Burning index. Estimate potential. Shut up. Difficulty. Okay. Just general. Whoa, there's that tanker. That was the truck that rolled over in the early Monday morning accident near Orcutt. Wow. How do you jackknife a tanker truck like that? That takes some kind of a... Wow. Did the driver survive? Ah. Whoa. Is that eucalyptus? Did he spill right into eucalyptus? Oh my god, it did not spread to the trailer carrying the oil. Whoa. A two-vehicle crash involving a crude oil tanker truck started a vegetation fire east of Orcutt on Monday morning. Wow. A half-gallon of oil spilled from the tanker truck and was contained. That's some crazy luck. The 6,000 gallons or so of crude will be transferred to a new truck. Well, what about the status of the driver? Is he all right? The cab of the truck caught fire and set some nearby trees ablaze, causing quarter-acre vegetation. The truck had gotten out and was not injured. Wow. The driver of the other car was transported to the hospital with moderate injuries. Lucky to be alive if it's car versus tanker truck. Holy mackerel. If you told somebody that was Australia, they'd probably believe you because those are eucalyptus, also known as gasoline trees. That's a bullet dodged. One heck of a bullet dodged. Dang. Now that I'm distracted by, I'd like to own that prop. That looks kind of nice. You know? I mean, as long as it doesn't burn. Yeah, that's not very defensible space. Dude, the whole English garden thing, relax with that. Or orchards, or whatever you're trying to do right next to the house. Maybe just no. Oh well. Okay. Let's look back at the situation. I don't see any wind change. I just, looking at the cams, they seem to be doing the same thing that they're doing. The wind is supposed to change at 11 in the morning. Maui says SoCal Edison provides electric power. They announced that they have de-energized all the lines. There's been significant damage to all the poles. Well, that's a good thing that they did that. What caused the fire? Has there been any announcement? Smitty says, gotcha, you can just do nights whenever you need to. Yeah, I really appreciate the volunteer. I really appreciate it, but I just don't think that we're stable enough with the stream. I have filled up most of the hard drives. I have to, it's a bunch of boring geek speak. But I'm going to reinstall Windows with legacy mode disabled, and when I do that, it'll make the computer restart faster, it'll be more secure and have new features. And legacy mode is for older hardware, which I'm chucking out. Or converting. And so my old hard drives are on MBR, master boot record. So I have to convert them to GPT, if that even works. But before I do that, I'm doing a full-on backup. And so when the computer runs throughout the night, it is 100% uploading to the cloud to make sure that in case something goes wrong, I can go back and not lose anything. So it'll be taking 100% of my upload, which will just take the stream to a janky kind of a halt. It would be like trying to tow a yacht with a Volkswagen Rabbit. It would really struggle. So that sucks to hear that. Smitty says there's eucalyptus trees all over the airport too. Trouble brewing, yeah. I don't know why they're allowed. They're really beautiful, but they're gasoline trees. Fire promoting, and if you've ever seen the incredible bushfires of Australia, you know that we don't want them here. But they do fuel them. That they're one of the big reasons California has worse fires now. The invasive fire promoting things. I'm sorry, J.E. Cat, I just don't know what you're referencing. I don't see any wind change. It has occurred here. I keep playing it. It's blowing the same direction for the most part. Oh, at the very end. Okay, let's see. Let's just do a 15-minute then. Is it blowing? Did it just shift to blow towards the west portion? Okay, well, in this case, I'm sorry, J.E. Cat, that I doubted you. That's a different kind of an I'm sorry. When you said just now, you meant just now. What I interpret this, though, is this not really driving wind that we're seeing too much. I think we're seeing more of the dead calm effect that is in between the wind gusts, and so the smoke just starts kind of hanging about rather than going directly out to sea. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's just shifting slowly. Now, I saw that briefly last night after the stream went kaput. I got on my phone and looked at the cams. And during the lull, remember how Wendy predicted that let's go back to present time, 1 in the morning. So it's, Thursday, it's, 2 a.m.? We still have an 11-ish mile an hour sustained-ish kind of a thing dying down to almost a dead calm by 11. With 20 mile an hour wind gusts coming out of the north to blowing fire to the south, supposedly. But it goes to show that in situations like this, the forecast is pretty generalized, but you do get moments where the wind changes direction, and that's a firefighter's nightmare. It could just do that for 15 minutes tonight and go back to being a north wind. I don't know if that's a permanent change or more of a lull in activity. But this is the last 15 minutes. Mallory says the fire originated on the backside of the ridge at Eliza Ranch in the reservoir. The reservoir fire is currently under investigation. Let me see. I did read something about arson and motivations. The number one motivation for arson typically is revenge. So that historic fire, the Painted Cave fire, the motivation for that, was he convicted? I think he was. I can't remember now. Of that suspect, according to the girlfriend and how he talked to the pastor or whatever, he said that he was just trying to burn out his neighbor or ex-neighbor, and it, quote, got out of control. Wow. Just wow. So, I'd be willing to bet prefrontal lobe damage is present on such types, or prefrontal lobe malfunctioning. In the front of your head, where your brain is above your eyeballs, right in your temple, not temples, your forehead area. Those are your prefrontal lobes, and they're very, very important. That is underdeveloped in children and teenagers. They do goofy things, and you corner them and say, why did you do that? Why did you decide to empty 1,000 packets of Jell-O into the spa? Did you want to ruin the spa? And they just kind of blink and they can't really explain why they just did something. Well, originally they just thought, well, maybe we could turn the spa into Jell-O. They didn't think about whether or not Jell-O in the spa was going to destroy the jets and ruin the, $5,000 spa. They didn't think ahead. That part of your brain deals with cause and effect thinking. If I do this, what is the result going to be? And so your brain doesn't develop fully until you're 22 years old or something like that, or 18, I can't remember it. And that's when you start feeling like you're different than the youngsters, because they're still in that mode of, oh, that'll be cool, let's do it. And they just do ridiculous stuff. However, with adults that have had either abuse, trauma, or some types of infections, or have gotten hit in that section of the head or had to have trauma, they sometimes end up just like they're 8 years old again, with no ability to really anticipate the results of their actions. They get an idea. Impulse control is a second thing that the prefrontal lobes control. So they have they get an impulse like to do violence, and they just do it because they don't think about the consequence. If I burn down my neighbor, could that affect the rest of us? That does not cross their mind. They have super tunnel vision, and they're prone to rage. And there's new studies like taking bullies on the playground, and almost all of them have prefrontal lobe damage or poor development of it. Mostly because bullies are usually abused in the home, like knocked around by somebody they know, or shaken baby or whatnot. Like there's usually something terribly wrong with a bully. And they act out on their impulses. Doesn't cross their mind how they're making anybody else feel or how anybody else feels. It's just me, dominance, I'm angry. And it's a very similar psychological profile. It's completely different than the next rule out, insurance fraud, but the next biggest motivation for arson is excitement. And that's the profile of the firebug. This is why I think that perhaps the death penalty should not exist if we should study these people. if we want to have a society that is safer, we need to know what the heck makes them tick. And if you can take somebody for a lesser offense and scan their brain and perhaps scan them for potential of re-offending or get them medical help, especially in children where you could intervene, I think we could make breakthroughs in actually reducing crime. Because when you have a damaged brain, for lack of a better term, I'm overgeneralizing, you're not going to just get better on your own. You're going to act monstrously to the end of your days. Just like Henry VIII was a decent prince and a decent king until he got struck in the forehead during a jousting accident, and all of a sudden he starts randomly, on a whim, killing his wives. One by one by one by one. Just with no conscience and no thought. He just turned into a demonic type person. And that one day, that's what happened. There's theories that O.J. Simpson could have had a similar kind of a thing, being a football player, but I don't know about that. Sometimes people are just putzes, but it would be worth looking into. Not that he ever got convicted for that, but the whole "don't sue me" hashtag "don't sue me." But it was a theory about him and some other sports players that were accused of crimes. So the getting knocked in the front of the head can completely change personalities. And it was first discovered when a guy blew a hole through his head with a tamping rod when he was smashing gunpowder a little bit too excitedly to do a powder charge. I think he was blasting for a railroad or something, and the rod went straight through his head and out the back. And he had a severe personality change, and I hear it was not for the better. Like, he was kind of like nice and became evil. But who knows what really causes this stuff. It does explain a lot of people's behaviors. Like, if they have issues in the brain, that you can't really expect them to behave like normal people. Okay. Let's see here. We have covered most of the fires I wanted to get to. Oh, Facebook bookmark for this one. Santa Barbara County Fire Department. Okay, so now when we set up tomorrow, we should have the ability to just go right to the pertinent information. Oh, that's adorable. We're happy to help the 2-year-old Aldo of Santa Barbara with completing his Halloween costume. Oh my gosh, this is great. He wanted to be a firefighter this year and already is aiming as high as he had a choice of a yellow helmet, firefighter engineer, a red helmet, which is a captain, or a white helmet, which is a battalion division deputy or fire chief. So look what he's sporting. He's got the white hat on. There you go. There's a kid with ambitions right there. That's adorable. Oh man, that's sweet. Okay, I like this page. Oh, and this is good public communication. Burnout firefighters vocabulary. Vegetation fires. Burnout means setting fire inside of a control line to widen it or consume fuel between the edge of the fire and the control line. Burning ban means a declared ban on open-air burning within a specified area. Burning conditions means the state of combined factors of the environment that affect fire behavior in specified fuel types. Yeah, meaning it's dry and like windy, and therefore you have burning conditions. Oh my God, did you hear that? Oh, heart attack averted. I don't know if you just heard that. It was kind of faint. There was this ka-chock, ka-clang, clang, clang sound and snap. coming from the kitchen. Nobody's in the kitchen. And I just stood up in the chair like, what? A magnet just fell randomly off the fridge. Okay, it's 1:14 in the morning. I tell you what, the hair just jumped on the back of my neck. Oh. Hey, Big Dog says, good night all. Yeah, good night, Big Dog. Maui says, my mistake. Alizal Ranch connects to Ranch Dicillo, which is Reagan's ranch. Okay. The Alizal Ranch is over 10,000 acres in size. That's big. Yeah, spaces. Yep. Okay, yeah, good night, Big Dog. Hugs, and thank you. So guys, last call for any fire information. I remember Sparky the fire dog. Wow. He's an icon like Smokey the Bear. Fire Prevention Week. This is incredibly ironic. October 3rd, Fire Prevention Week. October 11th, this fire breaks out. October 4th, they were announcing fuel reduction programs in Los Padres National Forest, and that's where the fire began. Days after that announcement. Why didn't it happen last year is my big question. I guess bureaucracy just takes a while. If only it had happened last year. So, okay, that's it for Santa Barbara Fire Department. Let's see what my notifications are. Oh, we have a Dixie fire video. Let's watch this.
California Incident Management Team 14, October 13th.
Hey, sorry.
Hey, good afternoon, Logan Sanders, Field Operations, California Incident Management Team 14, October 13th. So all of our divisions are fully engaged in suppression repair. And the majority of our suppression repairs consisting of repairing dozer lines that were put in for fire breaks. The way we're going in and repairing those lines is with heavy equipment, excavators, hand crews, skidders. We're using engine modules, various different pieces of equipment. So one of our work groups here is in Round Valley. We've started on the southeast corner of Round Valley, working clockwise, and also scouting out ahead of these work groups and having our next plan in place. On these roads we're taking a real hard look at hazard tree mitigation, identifying trees that will be hazards for roadside hazards for the public, blocking roads. Moving over to the east, Indian Valley, most of the work's in Taylorsville. Working around Taylorsville private community, repairing those dozer lines with the excavators and hand crews. And then the Genesee Beckworth Road. As you travel east on the Genesee Beckworth Road out of Round Valley, you've got private in-holdings, lots of dozer line put around those areas to stop the fire progression. So getting in there, working with the homeowners, doing light hand on the land, doing what we can to work with those folks and get those lines repaired. Moving further to the east, we got Grizzly Ridge here, big ridge system. And we've got a Taylor Ridge that works into Grizzly. And these ridges were opened up with dozers to stop the fire progression. So we're going in there. Erosion control is a big deal in those areas. Real high up on the slope, bare ground. So water bar with the dozers and scattering with excavators and hand crews, scattering the woody material. Coming on over to the Dada Springs area, we've got a meadow restoration project where the ground was tore up quite badly, just moving equipment in and out of there and hauling trees through the area. So we've got some smaller equipment in there on rubber tracks. putting the meadow back together, doing a little seeding as necessary. Moving up north, we've got Milford Spot. This is a big spot fire off the main fire, so it's being called Milford Spot. The majority of our work is on the northwest corner of Milford Spot. We've got lots of heavy equipment, machinery in there, along with hand crews and engines, putting those lines back together. Moving back to the northwest, got some very long dozer lines. These are 5+ miles long. Same thing, big bare ridges and dozer lines, so erosion control is high priority, using the equipment to get in there and the hand crews. Again, it's diverting the water and spreading the woody material across those lines as needed. That's your update for October 13th. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. He didn't have a crazy pointer. I was mildly disappointed. He was just pointing with his hands, and what I was hoping for was some sort of a pointer we could make fun of. We've seen fly swatters to radio antennas to yardsticks. I think somebody had a straw. Then we saw the strange crossbow arrows on the monument. I think that was taking the cake. That and the fly swatter on the antelope. Those are the two best pointers. But I think the radio antenna was a runner-up. Let's see, National Forest. They're talking about a lot of cleanup there. 94% contain. That's Spanish. Okay. Fire archaeologist? What? That's a job occupation? People from 45 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico have taken turns working on the Dixie fire since it started on July 13th. According to incident records. These people include firefighters, medics, bulldozers, operators, meteorologists, public info officers, timekeepers who ensure people get paid, base camp managers who are responsible for appropriate situation and facility management services at fire camps, situation unit leaders who oversee map production and incident status reports, archaeologists and resource advisors who work with firefighters to help protect local historical and cultural sites during the suppression efforts, and incident commanders who are responsible for all incident activities. Meaning that, yeah, there's a lot of people involved that are not just firefighters. So, this video introduces you to a few of the thousands of people who have worked on the Dixie fire. Okay. That's 5 minutes. Let's watch it. I'd say that's a really cool vest. got the groovy wild hair look. Nice Columbia gear. Okay, I guess it's not narrated. I like this. This is cool. These are the unsung heroes. People like the dozer crews, water tenders. Well, everybody is in support role. But the dozer crews are right in the fire. They're threatened by it. Yes, exactly, our heroes. Okay, I'm going to read this. Fire archaeologist from West Virginia / Lassen National Forest. I guess meaning now working at Lassen National Forest. Moved from West Virginia last year to work on Lassen National Forest, where he identifies archaeological and historical sites that need to be protected during suppression efforts or repaired once the fire is contained. At one point, when the fire activity on the Dixie was at its peak, he tied glow sticks to himself and walked ahead of the dozer during the night shift to help prevent damage to important cultural sites. That's awesome. That's awesome. Aww. That's so sweet. That's inspiring. I can think about making videos like that too. It's hard when I get so many ideas to try to like pick one to do. There's so much to be done that I could be doing. So just gotta get my camera and computer in order and then go on a road trip. So that is our fire roundup. Does anybody? Let's look now. I needed something to pass the time at if the weather has shifted. Is this just a flash in the pan, or has the wind actually changed down at Santa Barbara area with the Alizal? It kind of looks like it is flowing towards the west, the smoke, but in a lazy manner. Still a significant one. And then there's a huge new fuel source that it found flashing up right there. Okay, so that's our latest image on the Alert Wildcam. I want to look at the color one in a second. Yeah, Smitty, that's just what I was thinking. The Maidu sites especially, that are over there like by Indian Valley and where the Dixie fire is. Sometimes a dozer would just wreck a huge site if it is 2 feet to the left instead of 2 feet to the right, including like where the Indians used to pound the acorns and make the holes in the boulders and rocks, or maybe there's petroglyphs on that boulder. You can't see it in the dark, and the soot and smoke. They're not trying to destroy stuff, but they could on accident. I bulldozered like, oh, there's a boulder in the way. Oh, was that a petroglyph boulder that I just rolled down the hill that shattered into 7 pieces? Crap. So the idea is they run out to the field and mark those things with little flags and probably, hopefully, with apps and stuff, and where people can whip out their cell phone and maybe see where not to make a dozer line. So, and that's really good to explain to the public. They unfortunately worded something in the very start of the Dixie fire. Well, not very start, like 2 weeks into it. They said, the officials announced that they are going to try to not impact archaeological sites and stay out of those areas. And so there's an immediate negative reaction, like, what? The Indians are preventing the firefighters from working? You just gonna let the neighborhood burn then to protect the Indian sites? And that, I just facepalmed like, oh God, why did they word it like that? And I had to explain, no, they'll just put a dozer line 4 feet to the left around the petroglyph boulder. That's what that means. It doesn't mean they can't build a dozer line. They'll just, if around a 300-foot elevation line is where a site is, well, maybe they'll make the dozer line at the 400-foot elevation line. That's it. So I went through a sort of dealing with angry people and chat in other places, trying to calm them down. But it was meant to sound like, yay, we're protecting archaeology to the public, like reassuring, and it made them really angry instead with word choice. But no, that was one of the FAQs, like dispelling the myths. No, the Indians did not prevent firefighters from doing something on the Dixie fire. Heroes like that fella attached glow sticks to their bodies and showed the dozer crews how to go around the sites, and that's about it. And anyway, last call. Anybody have a question about the fires before we shut down? I keep saying this. I haven't qualified as good or evil yet, have I? Quit asking me stuff like that. Do you think if I was secretly evil that I would just explain that? But I was just like, oh yeah. So why would you ever bother asking somebody who is presumably evil if they're evil? Because if they're evil, they're likely not going to be bothered by lying to you about that, right? But you know what? What I was referencing was Ghostbusters, and you guys didn't even get it. I was waiting. The Ghostbusters fridge scene. Nobody picked up on it. God, you guys. See? Oh my god. See? There was an evil spirit in the fridge. Not, you guys disappoint me so much. You guys didn't remember that? That was a comment about my refrigerator magnet just randomly falling off the fridge over there. I could make use out of an evil fridge spirit. You know, we could remake Ghostbusters, although you can't really remake the classic. But we could at least do a better job than the recent Hollywood attempts, which really should be like buried deep in the ocean. They should just take all copies of that and just dump it into the Marianas Trench, where it could never ever be found again. Just, you know, all the little DVDs and whatever. You know, the original is the original, cannot be topped. So, okay, friends, that is our summary of fires. It went on several hours after I thought we could end because, of course, the moment I say I'm going to wrap this up and go to sleep, that's when we have breaking, evacuations. So I think that's going to be it for the evacuations. I hope so. It's a small enough region that they can go door to door here. What I really get concerned about is the large communities where they couldn't possibly go door to door, like when we had Tahoe. That's when we had to stay 24 hours a day telling people what the heck was going on when the officials were overwhelmed and not doing that in a timely fashion. So with this small area like this, everybody kind of knows. And hopefully they're evacuating right now after being woken up at midnight. Well, some things never change. But thank you all for being here. And remember, don't watch the cabs all night driving yourself insane. You need your rest too. So when you've done all you can do, that's all you can do. So just relax after that. Because it's out of your hands. Desiree says, I am Zool. Well, I am the gatekeeper. And somebody else is the key master, right? Okay. Oh, excuse me. We'll find out what happened in Santa Barbara area in the morning. And see if the Reagan Ranch is still with us. I think it's defensible, and I have a good feeling about it, but here's to hoping for all the other ranches and all the other places at risk too. So it's a sobering, sad situation down there. So, yeah, good night, friends. At some point tomorrow, I should be able to go live. I do have to do some things, prepare the computer, but I'll monitor the situation when I wake. Good night, friends, and good luck.